Chapter 517. In the Endless Void. It was rare to meet other people in the astral plane, but Soren seemed to have met one. It was a traveler in the astral plane. There was no air or gravity in the astral plane, so projection was the easiest way to travel. However, even a god would have to consume a lot of energy to travel in the astral plane. Soren met a lich. As an undead creature, many of the restrictions in the astral plane didn't matter to it, although there was a saying, legends are as common as dogs, and liches are everywhere. But in fact, this was the first lich that Soren met. Liches were generally very powerful spellcasters, and many of them could fight against gods. The one in front of Soren seemed to be wandering in the astral plane, and it seemed to be collecting something that even he couldn't understand. It was a strange dust that emitted a faint silver light. It probably came from the material plane, or some extension of the material plane. Soren couldn't tell where it came from with just a glance. He only knew that it was at least level 25 since it could wander in the astral plane so easily. Your Excellency, facing Soren's projection, the lich in front of him seemed very relaxed. Soren's divine aura couldn't be hidden from it. It bowed slightly to Soren's projection to show its respect and said slowly, "I'm glad to meet a god here." With its strength, it wasn't strange for it to meet a god. Soren wasn't a threat to it at all, because a projection only had a small part of the original strength. Moreover, as a lich, it had a phylactery. As long as it wasn't stupid enough to participate in the Abyss Blood War, it could rely on the phylactery to revive itself if its body was destroyed. Sometimes, even gods couldn't do anything about it, unless they had mastered the divine domain of death. Only then could they destroy the lich's body and its phylactery at the same time. Soren nodded slightly and looked at the lich in the astral plane. Both of them didn't seem to want to talk. After confirming that there was no hostility between them, they passed by each other in the astral plane. If the projection died, the original body would be injured and weakened for a period of time. The lich did not seem to want to offend a deity either. It was holding a strange alchemy tool in its hand, which was continuously absorbing the weak silvery white dust in the astral world. After knowing that Soren was far away, it let out a sigh of relief. It quickly put away the tool and opened a portal. The astral plane was a very dangerous place. Battles often broke out here. Even though it was a lich, it was still very surprised to meet a god. Soren did not stray too far from the material plane, because he still had to put part of his energy in Motor City in another place. It was possible to encounter the corpses of ancient gods in the astral plane. These corpses still had a lot of power left in them. For gods, they were very dangerous and full of opportunities. This was because the corpses of the oldest gods had very powerful divinity. They were gods that no longer existed in the records of time. They were also the creator of the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus. These ancient gods fought with the primitive demons born from the source of chaos. Some of them died in the void of the multiverse, and their corpses had been preserved until now. The power of the primitive demons polluted Asmodeus and led to his complete fall. As the best warrior of order in the endless years, Asmodeus finally broke with the gods and evolved into the Bator Inferno. The fall of Asmodeus directly led to a considerable number of ancient angels falling into hell. Some had died in the endless bloody battle of the Abyss, and some still remained in the deepest part of the Bator Inferno. But the blood of the fallen angels had spread to every layer of the Bator Inferno. The reason why Soren chose to enter the Abyss and never considered entering the Bator Inferno was that the space of the Bator Inferno was very limited, only 9 layers, and the competition was quite fierce. He had to obey the rule of Asmodeus. On the contrary, the Abyss was chaotic and the space was quite vast. Although there were many powerful demon lords, there was no absolute ruler. Chaos represented opportunity, and it represented the possibility of Soren's rise. Actually, this was Soren's first time roaming the astral world. He had a little bit of hope that he would be favored by the goddess of luck, or that he would be like the child of the plane, suddenly meeting an ancient god's corpse in the astral world. Unfortunately, compared to the huge plains, The ancient god's corpse was still too small. In this practically boundless void of the star dimension, the probability of encountering them was simply unimaginably low. Soren had always thought that he had the ability to help himself absorb the large amount of divinity left on the ancient god's corpse. But the problem was that it was very difficult for him to find it in the astral world, which was quite mysterious even for the gods. The last time someone met an ancient god's corpse was a very long time ago. Soren prepared to go around the astral world in the material plane. There were many things of great value in the astral world, and the key was whether he could find them or not. This place was connected to all the planes. Sometimes he could even meet a meteorite flying by. It could be a complete diamond structure, or some kind of metal that could be directly used to forge rare weapons. Since he was already here, he might as well go around a few more times and try his luck. In a laboratory, Gloria was busy analyzing the experimental data. Occasionally, she would turn her head to look at the new Thaling ET1 who was standing next to her and helping to record. Compared with the Thaling 13 she encountered in the war chess plane, the one created by Gloria was too weak. Whether it was her own combat ability, the computing ability, or her own wisdom, the gap between the two was simply thousands of miles. This made her even more curious about the knowledge of the arcane empire. She really wanted to know how much fascinating knowledge there was to be able to maintain the operation of a huge floating city. Light footsteps could be heard. Fallen Witch's figure appeared outside the laboratory. She held a thick book in her hand and gently pushed the door open. "Mother!" Gloria stopped the experiment in her hand and turned to look at Fallen Witch. She slowly said, "What's the matter?" The two's laboratories were separated. Under normal circumstances, her mother rarely came over at this time, so she was a little confused. "Take a look at this." Fallen Witch handed the thick book to Gloria with Mage's hand. She quickly turned to one of the pages and said softly, "This is the information I found about the bloody war in the abyss." Gloria took it doubtfully. There was a large paragraph of text on it. In the years before civilization was recorded, the bloody war in the abyss had already broken out. At that time, the river Styx was still just a stream. The gray wilderness, the scorching inferno, the Shura realm, and other planes had not been completely formed. The Bator Inferno was still the world of the ancient Bator, and the Yugros had just been born. The bloody war in the abyss lasted for countless years. The existence of Asmodeus made the demons completely rise. The balance of the war seemed to be in a stalemate. From the plane of 10,000 abyss, the Blood Fissure, the gap between the abyss and Bator was also the largest battlefield. Avernus, the gray wilderness, the scorching inferno, and the Shura realm, there was no place that was not a bloody battlefield. Tens of millions of demons fought here. Every time, countless demons died, and countless inferior demons and dretches were born under the laws of the plane and continued to fight. The Yugros, Onababas, Night Witches, these evil and neutral creatures benefited from both sides of the bloody war. The Yugros Chamber of Commerce exported to Bator from the abyss rich resources from countless abyss levels, and imported various weapons and equipment made by demons from Bator to the abyss. Bator had countless factories, the largest weapon production in the lower realm, and many places in the chaotic abyss did not even have a weapon forging business. The Yugros also monopolized a part of the boatman business on the river Styx. If it were not for the fierce competition between the Yugros, Night Witches, and Onababas, their commercial power could make the multiverse pale in comparison. When Gloria saw this, she raised her head in confusion. She had seen some of the things above before. For the bloody war in the abyss that had existed for countless years, any powerful wizard should have some understanding. However, the Fallen Witch shook her head gently and continue reading. There were many words behind, but the main point seemed to be only a part. An ancient time period. Millions of coalition forces composed of Yakos and angels joined the bloody war. In the end, only 3,000 people were able to return to the upper realm alive. This fiasco made the heavenly creatures more cautious and careful when dealing with the lower realm. Let the demons fight, and the upper realm also lost the desire to interfere too much in the bloody war. As a result of this failed expedition, the heavenly creatures were divided into the order and chaos camps. In ancient times, many gods of order and gods of chaos participated in the bloody war. A god of the chaos camp died in the bloody war. What was even more frightening was that the gods who died in the bloody war could no longer be resurrected. They were completely finished. So most of the gods chose to withdraw from the bloody war. At most, they sent some servants and believers to participate. In addition, if they participated too much in the bloody war, their divine power seemed to be absorbed by the bloody war. There were also rumors that even if the Lich died in the bloody war, it was more likely that the phylactery would be destroyed. This made many powerful beings who cherished their lives more cautious. Even the demon lords and the Duke of Hell rarely took the risk to fight in person. The Fallen which suddenly said at this time, "Look at the last paragraph." The last paragraph? Gloria continued to read in confusion, and soon she couldn't help but tremble. Of course, it's different for those demons who want to advance or those who want to rely on the bloody war to become stronger. This is one of the fastest ways to become stronger. As long as you survive, you may be able to absorb the power of the enemy you killed. A Dretch of the lowest level may directly evolve into a powerful Hezru after a bloody battle. Even if it survives a few more bloody wars, it can advance into a 6-armed snake demon, assassin demon, Baylor demon, and other higher demons. If it is lucky enough to kill a very powerful being, that may mean that there will be one more demon lord in the abyss, or a demon duke in the Bator Inferno. In a long history of the abyss, occasionally there are some extremely powerful and lucky existences who killed the gods in the abyss bloody war. This may allow some people to become one of the gods in a very short period of time. No one knows what kind of rules and power the bloody war contains. But it seems that it is the only place where anyone may be on par with the gods in the shortest time. The slaughter is endless. Abyss Bloody War, Volume 3, Chapter 16. Gloria silently closed the book, turned her head, looked at the Fallen Witch with a complicated expression, and said slowly, "Why are you showing me this?" The Fallen Witch was silent. After a while, she slowly said, "Soren's power." From a weak mortal, he became a deity in such a short period of time. I can sense too many secrets from him. No one has ever risen like a comet like him. What you just saw is the greatest possibility I can think of. He has a power similar to the bloody war in his body. I don't know where this power will lead him to. Gloria stood still. She quietly looked at her mother, and her expression was still calm. She just said in a firm voice, "No matter what the future will be, since I have chosen him, I will always stand by his side and accompany him to the end. Mother, it's getting late. You should go back and rest." Chapter 518. As summer came, a warm monsoon blew in Arendelle. Except for the mountains covered by snow all year round, the whole of Arendelle was full of vitality. Winter wheat had sprouted and grown, and the fields were green with spring. Spring here came later than in other places. Because they only sowed once a year, the residents of the Frost Kingdom obviously attached great importance to cultivation. In addition to winter wheat, they would also plant some other cold-resistant crops. On this day, a group of outsiders arrived in Arendelle. They were dressed in neat armor and worn cloaks. The silver-white mottled armor reflected light in the sun, and occasionally residents who encountered them would bow their heads humbly. This was a group of paladins from the outside world. Unlike the cities they had been to, they rarely encountered any help in Arendelle. Even the lowest of the poor just bowed to them to show respect. What happened in the City of Wealth did not repeat here, because Arendelle had its own laws, and these laws have been strictly enforced. This was the rich and prosperous Arendelle, and there was a great and noble princess royal here. The purpose of the paladin's trip was to ask for help. There were very few people in the world who had the ability to repair the Holy Avenger, and the Princess Royal of Arendelle was one of them. Because she was a divine sorcerer, a powerful spellcaster with divine power. The dock area. The young paladin walked on the streets of the dock area. He didn't know when it started, but he liked to visit the slums in every city he passed by, because in his opinion, those were the places that represented the civilization of a city and a country. He liked Arendelle because it was the most vibrant city he had ever seen, second only to Mordor, where his companions had just brought back the news. If there was a chance in the future, he might go to see Mordor with his own eyes to see if it was really so orderly and peaceful there. The Battle of the Underdark had been over for a long time. Although his strength touched the edge of the legendary realm, and he had the ability of a perfect body, he still could not break through the boundary of the legendary realm, because he had not yet found his own field. Courage, faith, sacrifice, justice, fearlessness, protection, order, kindness. He was a little confused. He did not lack courage, nor did he lack faith. He was more willing to make sacrifices, but he still could not find the core that would allow him to break through. Because if he wanted to master the paladin's domain power, he had to find his truest self and his most sincere faith. That was the power that was branded in the depths of his soul. The young paladin had already made a vow of poverty. As the chosen one of the Holy Avengers, he would not marry or have children for the rest of his life. He would not leave any wealth behind. Except for weapons and equipment, he would use all his wealth to help the poor. He would refuse any comfort and pleasure. He would fight to maintain order and uphold justice until the moment of his death. He stood on the verge of becoming a legend. He had a very strong premonition that as long as he crossed this barrier, he would truly have the power to fight for his faith. People were coming and going on the pier. A little boy sitting on a wooden stump attracted his attention. The young paladin seemed to have felt something. It was a kind of pure soul power. Thus, he walked over. The young paladin squatted in front of the little boy and saw a trace of envy in his eyes. The little boy looked in a certain direction with longing eyes. It was a noble young man in a luxurious wizard robe. Noticing the arrival of the paladin, he turned his head gently, but did not speak. He was wearing shabby clothes, which meant that he was born poor and might be the child of a dock worker. The little boy looked at him calmly, with a trace of curiosity and respect. The young paladin smiled and said, "Birth is the arrangement of fate, but the future can be created by yourself. Do you believe in justice?" The little boy's expression was a little doubtful, but he still nodded gently. The young paladin smiled. He pressed his palm on the little boy's forehead, and a holy and pure power emerged. Holy baptism. Holy blessing. Arendelle, Royal Palace. Princess Royal sat on the throne and looked down. She held an invitation letter in her hand. This invitation letter came from the south coast, from a place called Mordor. She gently rubbed her forehead and looked out of the window. Princess Anna stood on the balcony, looking into the distance. Her face seemed to be a little haggard. As the first successor of Arendelle, because of the early death of her parents, Princess Royal had always been like a sister to Princess Anna. Now Princess Anna looked like this, which she did not want to see. But it was difficult for her to accept that man, even now, because as a warlock, she felt a lot from him. Blood, killing, death. Some power that she could not understand yet. But it was very dangerous. She did not want Princess Anna to be involved. There was a guard outside the door reporting that a group of paladins from other places seemed to want to see her. Princess Royal's attitude towards the paladins was neither good nor bad. At this time, she was not in the mood to see them, so she ordered them to wait first. The appearance of the paladins must be something. Whether it was good or bad, it was very troublesome. She did not have the energy to care so much now. What she was most worried about now was Anna, and she was also hesitating whether to accept the invitation of Mordor. Because once she accepted the invitation, Arendelle would be on the same side as Mordor, which was an attitude to other forces. On the balcony, Princess Anna was holding a delicate cloth doll in her hand, which looked 70 to 80% similar to Soren. Her expression at the moment was a little sad. The girl squeezed the cloth doll hard, and while squeezing, she said to herself in a sobbing voice, "Bastard! Idiot! Stupid pig! You have the guts to become a god. but you don't have the guts to come and marry me. Bastard. Coward. Coward. I hate you. Crystal tears fell down drop by drop, and the grievances in her heart finally made Princess Anna cry. She squeezed the cloth doll that looked like Soren hard, as if this would make her feel better. She didn't understand why. She didn't understand why she threw away her pride as a princess for him. But that bastard coward didn't even dare to see her. She just felt very wronged in her heart. She wanted to rush over and bite that bastard to death. Princess Royal stood in the hall and sighed faintly. As the most powerful protector of Arendelle, as long as she wanted, every move in the palace could not be hidden from her perception. She slowly walked towards Princess Anna. The girl seemed to have heard the footsteps. She put away the cloth doll with a flustered expression, then wiped her tears casually. When she turned around, she was already smiling. Princess Anna glanced at the invitation in Princess Royal's hand and said in an expectant voice, "Sister, you will go, right?" Even if that man treated her like this, she still hoped that Princess Royal could stand on his side. Alas, Princess Royal couldn't help but sigh. She reached out and took Princess Anna into her arms and said faintly, "Silly girl." Chapter 519. Finally, he left this plain. When Sauron walked out of this barren plain, what appeared in front of him was a huge abyss fault. Below it was hot magma, and in the distance was the flowing Styx. The plain of 10,000 abyss was the top of countless levels of the abyss. This was a barren land where not even a blade of grass grew, and it was covered in thick dust. It was roasting under the dark red sun that was like hell. There were 3 landforms in the dusty plain, a huge abyss on the surface, a huge steel fortress, and the Styx. The only master here was the Demon King of Wind, Pazuzu. As the oldest demon of Orbis, it chose to be neutral in the battle between the Tana Reap demons and the Orbis demons. This powerful demon lord rarely cared about other things. What was most interested in was luring others to fall, especially an upright paladin. For this reason, it would even do its best to help the paladin when the paladin called for it. The Demon King of Wind rarely appeared in the eyes of ordinary demons, and it seemed that it rarely participated in the Abyss Blood War. It was just the invisible supreme ruler of this land. The evolution of power was close to the limit. Sauron killed a lot of Dretches along the way. Now his attributes had become: name, Sauron; race, demon; form, Dretch, grade 1 attributes: strength 14, dexterity 12, constitution 16, intelligence 10, wisdom 12, charm 12. Alignment, lawful evil. Note: other demons will be slightly hostile to your actions. Health, 25-25. Demonic power, 72100. Skills: sneak 105, listen 70, detect 70, search 30. Abilities: Demon Claws, +1 natural magic weapon. Demon Skin, damage reduction +5, demon resistance. Abilities: multi-attack. Spell-like abilities: Fear, once a day; Stinking Cloud, once a day; Telepathy. The growth of the demon's power was very interesting. It seemed that in the midst of killing, their abilities could be improved comprehensively. Sauron was close to the strongest form of a Dretch. If he wanted to further improve his strength, there were only 2 ways. The first was to become a professional. Even demons could also become professionals and learn the abilities of many professions, but it took a lot of time. It was more difficult for a demon to become a professional than other creatures. The second was to evolve into another form. Sauron had to kill some powerful enemies in order to accumulate more demon bloodline power and complete a true mutation. Evolve into a succubus, Hezru, Vrok, or other mid-level demon forms. If Sauron did not like to transform into a demon in human form, he could also use the power of his demon bloodline to transform into a demon-hunting spider or a demon-hunting spider. He could even turn into an abyssal demon bat. There seemed to be countless possibilities in the genes of demons. It was not difficult to change forms during evolution. Sauron needed the power of the demon bloodline as a catalyst. The natural weakness of the Dretch was too obvious. Even if he was about to break through, Sauron still only had 25 HP. A steel fortress could be seen in the distance. There was only a narrow passage in the abyssal fault. Sauron knew very well what kind of fate awaited him if he left this desolate plain. A cannon fodder. As long as it was a Dretch that came out of the Rift Plain, their fate was to be cannon fodder. The hot magma flowed along the fault. Sauron had just approached the steel fortress when a succubus appeared in front of him. "You have been recruited." The succubus raised a long whip with metal barbs and hit the ground in front of Sauron. In the dust, it said in a proud voice, "Despicable Dretch, you are lucky to be recruited by the 7th Legion of the Succubus Queen. Fight hard. If you can survive, you will be rewarded." She did not ask for Sauron's opinion at all. Intermediate demons had absolute dominance over lower demons. As long as Sauron expressed a little unwillingness, the other party would kill him on the spot. The 7th Legion of the Succubus Queen was recruiting cannon fodder. For a lower Dretch, the succubus in front of him was too lazy to use charm. This kind of cannon fodder was not worthy of being charmed by her. She needed to recruit more powerful demon cannon fodder. As one of the most powerful demon lords in the Abyss, the Succubus Queen was naturally the main force of the Abyss Blood War. The Blood War here had never really stopped, and new demons were recruited every day. However, the Succubus Queen was very smart. She would train the cannon fodder that survived the cruel Blood War as elites and let them go to her base camp. The Blood War was a meat grinder. No matter how powerful a demon was, there was a possibility of falling. The Succubus Queen had always been the main participant in the Blood War, but her strength did not decrease at all. On the contrary, it was growing little by little. The figure of a Hezru appeared. Its chaotic and crazy pupils glanced at Sauron. It seemed to dislike this little guy very much and wanted to trample him to death, but could not do that yet, because this was its cannon fodder. A new battle was about to begin, but the opponent was not the Bator Inferno, but the army of the 422nd floor of the Abyss, the Knoll King, Yeenagu. The demon army was always fighting among themselves. Many demon lords had never stopped fighting. Naturally, their demon army was also constantly frictional. In the depths of the Abyss, the army of the Succubus Queen and the army of the Knoll King fought. This battle spread to the plain of 10,000 Abyss. The Succubus commander here decided to find some trouble for the other party. Even if the next blood war with the devil was about to break out, they still decided to attack their old opponent first. Crazy? Yes. This was the Abyss. Sauron's figure entered the barracks with a group of Dretches. In front of him was a huge steel fortress with many war machines placed in it. Although the demons relied on their huge numbers to win, the Succubus Queen valued weapons more. The barracks were in a mess. Sauron even saw a Hezru fighting with another Hezru. It was a real battle, and the loser was likely to die at the hands of the other party. No one stopped it. On the contrary, there were succubus officers watching with interest. Most of the officers here were succubus, among which women accounted for the largest proportion. The number of male succubus was quite small. Because the succubus was a Tana, demon evolved from a woman, the characteristics of a soul could easily affect the form of the demon. Perhaps a creature like a trap had a greater chance of becoming a male succubus. Just like Sauron, it was almost impossible for him to evolve into the form of a succubus. A group of Dretches was driven into the barracks. What they saw in front of them was chaos. They did not look like an army at all. Instead, they looked like a group of mobs. Except for the large number, they had no advantage at all. In the evening, before the start of the battle, the Dretches were assigned some food. A large group of Dretches scrambled for it, and some demons even fought with each other. Facing such a situation, Sauron did not hesitate to raise his finger and directly released a spell. Fear. It was a very low-level spell-like ability, but it was very useful against these Dretches. A large group of cowards were scared and ran around. The movement here attracted the attention of the succubus officer. She glanced at Sauron with a little surprise, then took out a dagger and threw it in front of Sauron. She nodded and said, "Very good. From now on, you are their leader." Sauron was promoted. from the lowest level of cannon fodder to the lowest level of cannon fodder leader. Was it crazy? That's right. The appointment of a demon was that simple. This was the bottomless abyss, the most chaotic and evil place. The order of the mortal world was often a joke here. The preferences of demons could not be inferred with common sense. Sauron was recruited, and Sauron was promoted on the first day. However, these are not important. What was important was that he could survive the battle tomorrow with a demon army controlled by the Knoll King, Yeenagu, so that he could barely enter the ranks of intermediate cannon fodder. Except for some lucky ones, most demons had to start their career as cannon fodder. Chapter 520. The next day came quickly. It seemed that the succubus commander had temporarily changed the battle plan and was ready to reduce the scale of the battle. They planned to send people to attack a small stronghold of the Knoll King Yeenagu on the 10,000 Abyss Plain. After removing the stronghold, they would conduct the next test. For this sudden change of plan, the other demons basically had no objection. Only Sauron could not help but frown as he felt that there seemed to be something wrong. Yesterday, it seemed like they were launching a large-scale attack, but today they were only probing on a small scale. Something must have happened. The commander of the demon army was a Glabrizu, a powerful demon with a challenge rating of about 15, with 31 points of strength and constitution. The Glabrizu had sharp violet eyes and dark brown and black skin. It was about 5 meters tall when it stood, and its weight was more than 5,500 pounds. This demon liked to deceive rather than fight, but its ability should not be underestimated because it was a powerful demon that was proficient in cleave, advanced cleave, multi-strike, fierce attack, and other abilities. It could be said that even Sauron's main body would have to spend a little effort to deal with it. Because it was a super-large Glabrizu, its basic life was 18 points. If Sauron did not intend to change the form of a demon, then it could also accumulate strength to evolve into a small, medium, or large dretch. In this case, its vitality would continue to increase, and its basic life would increase little by little. This was how the Mother of Worms was born. As a super-large abyss worm, the Mother of Worms' basic life was as high as 36 points, and it was quite difficult to kill it. The evolution of the body would increase one's attributes, but there would also be a corresponding punishment. Because the larger the body, the slower the movement, and the slower the reaction speed, but the strength attribute would be significantly increased. Sauron's demon army was sent to the battlefield. The Glabrizu commander's deputies were 5 rocks and some Hezru. Sauron was surprised to find that there was no trace of succubus, which made his heart skip a beat. Something is wrong. Sauron quietly took a step back and murmured, "As the demon army of the succubus queen, there is no succubus in this battle. Could it be? We're just cannon fodder? Or is it bait to lure the enemy?" Demons were simple-minded. At least, most demons were affected by their chaotic nature. They were not as cunning as demons. In front of Sauron was a group of excited Hezru, as if they were very happy to have a battle and did not realize how dangerous their situation was. There was something strange about all of this. Sauron was even more certain that they were bait, but he did not know what the succubus army's backup plan was. The demon army soon set off. The Glabrizu walked at the front like a giant. Behind them were some Vroks. Because of their physique and natural fighting ability, the Hezru had always been the vanguard of the demon army. They were the best cannon fodder. A Hezru could attract enough firepower in battle. Behind them were large groups of dretches, quasits, and abyssal lurkers. These low-level demons were basically useless. A single Hezru could easily slaughter hundreds of thousands of low-grade fiends. The march did not last long. The demons did not seem to have any military orders. They only received 2 orders. One was attack, and the other was retreat. Sauron walked at the back of the team. He could not understand the demons' thoughts at all, because some demons were happy because of the arrival of the battle, and some demons were frightened because of the arrival of the battle. Since ancient times, chaos has always produced fools. Sauron was now mixed in with a large group of fools. He did not know what kind of battle would happen next. If the situation was not right, he planned to find a chance to slip away. Soon, An army camp appeared in front of them. Sauron thought that they would have some kind of tactical plan, but in fact he was overthinking it. With the roar of attack, the Hezru rushed forward with a roar. Sauron really wanted to give them some useful tips, but he knew that as a Dretch, if he dared to do so, he would only be trampled to death by the high-grade fiends. A stench filled the air. The Hezru turned on their natural ability. They looked like frogman monsters. During the battle, their skin would secrete a stinky gas. Any enemy close to them must undergo a compulsory test of immunity. Otherwise, even demons would be affected by the nausea effect. This kind of top-level cannon fodder was really ugly. A group of crazy, chaotic fools fought together. As a result, they could only fight head-on. The Hezru rushed to the front as the vanguard, followed by the Dretches with small arms and legs and other low-grade fiends. The Glabrizu commander was not in a hurry to fight in person, and the other middle-grade fiends were more behind to supervise the battle to ensure that no cowards would run away. This is a F***King chaotic battle. Sauron seemed to be a little desperate about the commanding art of the demons. No wonder they had dozens of times the number of demons, but they were still beaten by the demons after so many years. This kind of commanding ability was simply looking for abuse. However, this also proved that Sauron's choice of the Abyss was correct, because only here could he have the opportunity to rise rapidly. As long as he survived the most difficult early stage, he could easily enter the ranks of the high-grade fiends. Because he had enough confidence in defeating these fools. The army did not have many symbols. In the demon army of Yeenagu, the king of gnolls, the main composition was gnolls, ghouls, undead, and various demons. The dark gnolls from the Abyss were among them. Even in the bottomless Abyss, they were quite a difficult opponent. The ghouls faced the Hezru head-on. The commander of the enemy stronghold was a gnoll general with a three-headed flail. It had been watching the Glabrizu in the distance. As long as the Glabrizu did not attack, it had no intention of attacking for the time being. The battle was quite fierce. Both sides were tangled together, and the crazy nature of the demons was quickly stimulated by the blood. However, Sauron immediately realized that he had overestimated the demons, because as the battle really broke out, a more desperate fact appeared in front of him. The Dretches around him were fighting among themselves. Both armies had a large number of low-grade demons as cannon fodder, and many of these low-grade demons were temporarily recruited. That was to say, many of the low-grade demons were gathered together recently. They were not familiar with each other, and there were no obvious signs. You're a Dretch. I'm also a Dretch. Who knows which side you are on? Anyway, I don't care so much. Let's kill you first. That's right. The Dretches were fighting among themselves. Not only the Dretches under Zoro's command, but even the Dretches on the Gnoll side could not differentiate between friend and foe. They just swarmed and fought. It was a scene that could not be looked at directly. Sauron had never seen such an army. If it was on the battlefield of the Abyss Blood War, maybe they could still distinguish between demons and devils. But in this situation, they were simply fighting among themselves. Sauron was almost speechless. In this case, what was the point of commanding? He simply sneaked into the crowd, regardless of whether they were friends or foes, and when he saw someone injured, he would go up and kill them. Anyway, it was already chaotic. Was it crazy? That's right. This was the bottomless abyss. After Sauron killed 20 or 30 Dretches in a row, the nearby Dretches finally learned their lesson. The Dretches in his camp began to move closer to him, and the Dretches in the enemy camp gradually fled from him. However, right at that moment, a loud noise rang out beside him. A Hezru demon with crimson eyes and a fiend shrouded in flames approached. The commander of the Dretch army, the Hezru that he saw yesterday, now was seriously injured, and there were burn marks all over its body. In front of it was an advanced flaming demon, the initial form of a Baelor. Chapter 5:21. The Hezru were excellent cannon fodder. Although their strength was only around 21 points, their constitution was close to 30 points. The Hezru could weigh more than 750 pounds. Although they were not as strong as the large demons, they were still a great threat in a battle. The Hezru that was leading Sauron was an advanced demon. It was a large demon that weighed more than 1,200 pounds. It looked like a small giant. Unfortunately, it was in a very sorry state because its body looked like an upright frog. Now, it looked like it had been roasted over a fire. Its disgusting skin was full of charred charcoal. The Hezru's opponent was a flaming demon, a very rare demon. Under normal circumstances, the demon's evolution path was like this: Dretch, Tana; Abyss Lurker, Quasit; Succubus, Tana; Vrak, Tana; Hezru, Tana; Glabrizu, Tana; Soul Judgment, Tana; Six-Armed Naga, Tana; Baelor, Tana. This was the evolution of the humanoid demons. Other than that, there were also the dangerous demon-hunting spiders and demon-hunting spiders. Baelors were the most powerful high-tier fiends. However, Baelors were not Baelors. They were the most special type of fiend in the Abyss because they had a terrifying source of power in their bodies: the power of fire and destruction. In the Abyss, only one flame Baelor would be born out of 100 Baelors. If the Baelor that Sorin had encountered before was pulled out to fight, it could wipe out both sides on the battlefield, whether it was the Succubus Legion or the Null Legion. This was because the Flame Baelor was one of the few high-grade demons that could directly challenge the Abyss Lord, and could even defeat the Abyss Lord. There were only two ways to evolve into a Flame Baelor. The first was to evolve into a legendary Baelor, and then find a way to evolve into a Flame Baelor. The second way was to evolve into an extremely rare flaming demon, and then directly enter the legendary realm in one go. At this time, the flaming demon would evolve into a legendary flame demon. Finally, the Baelors fused with the destructive power of the Baelors and became Baelors that were close to the power of high-tier legends. Sauron was very clear about the power of the Baelor. If it hadn't been sealed for a long time, its strength would have been severely affected, and it would have been heavily injured. He probably wouldn't have had any chance of winning at that time. Even if Sorin appeared in his true form in the form of a deity, his chances of winning against the Baelor with its full power were not high. A real Baelor would have a monster level of 25 and a challenge rating of 20. If it evolved into a special class, such as Beheader or Executioner, then the Baelor would have the power to challenge the gods. Sauron had an impulse in his heart. He wanted to try and see if he could kill this flaming demon. If he succeeded, perhaps he could step onto the path of becoming a Baelor, which was much more promising than becoming a succubus, a Vrak, or a Hezru. This way, he wouldn't have to try the most dangerous path of becoming a slaughterer. Becoming a slaughterer was the last option. Sauron was a little worried about the price of becoming a slaughterer. The surrounding temperature began to rise. In the miserable screams, many dretches near the flaming demon were directly burned to death. As a low-tier flame demon, the flaming demon's body was surrounded by terrifying heat. It could deal 5 to 10 fire damage to nearby enemies per second. With the poor vitality and vitality of the dretches, they would all die within 2 seconds of standing around the flaming demon's body. The flames of the flaming demon could cover a distance of 5 meters. These low-tier dretches couldn't even stand around its body. The possibility of killing it was infinitely close to zero. Sauron could only stand around its body for about 5 seconds. So if he wanted to fight, he had to kill it in one blow. From the current situation, it was almost impossible for the Hezru to defeat the flaming demon in front of him. The difference in injuries between the two was too great. The Hezru was close to a seriously injured state, but the flaming demon was only slightly injured. As long as he was close to the flaming demon's body, the Hezru would continue to suffer damage. If only I had icing death. Sauron couldn't help but have a pity in his heart. If he could have the legendary curved sword, he wouldn't have to worry about the burning damage on the flaming demon's body. This was the most dangerous and fatal point of the flaming demon. As long as it was not a creature immune to fire, they would be incinerated continuously. But speaking of which, even if he left icing death here, he probably wouldn't be able to use it in his current demon form. He might even be injured by icing death. This legendary curved sword was not simple. It was a weapon with spirituality and could even fight automatically. It was just that it was not very good at fighting automatically. There were large scorched marks on the ground, and a lot of dretches died at once. Sauron could not help but move away. He didn't want to be burned to death before he got close to the enemy. It seemed that there were allies who noticed the situation here. If the Hezra died, the battle on this side would be defeated. So under the command of the Glabrizu, a powerful demon quickly came to support. Four-armed Snake Demon. Challenge rating 12. The Snake Demon was also a special kind of demon in the Abyss. It belonged to a very powerful demon evolution route. Soren had spent a lot of effort to deal with ordinary snake demons. The four-armed snake demon in front of him was obviously more powerful. It held 4 two-handed swords at the same time, and when it swung it, it was like a storm. It had a powerful multi-attack talent, a top-notch multi-weapon combat skill, and its natural arms allowed it to use 4 weapons at the same time. When it fought, it was almost watertight. No other demon could rush in front of it. Snake-type creatures had amazing sprinting and explosive power. The four-armed snake demon swooped down and cut a bloody path. In an instant, it was in front of the flaming demon. The 4 swords swept over at the same time, almost blocking all the front angles. The snake demon was also considered by Sauron to be an advanced demon form. The 6-armed snake demon was a very powerful high-grade demon. It was also the most terrifying war machine in the Abyss. In such a battle, the 6-armed snake demon was simply invincible. It could be said that it could crush any enemy weaker than itself. A 6-armed snake demon could even fight against several demons of similar strength because its arms were too powerful. 3 heads and 6 arms. Although it was missing 2 heads, 6 arms were not a joke. In the future, if it could go further, the 6-armed snake demon could also evolve into an 8-armed snake demon. This was a terrifying demon in the legends. In the Abyss, even the Lords of the Abyss were very afraid of it. To some extent, the 8-armed snake demon was the most terrifying warrior in the Abyss. Note, the equipment worn by the 6-armed snake demon was determined by the number of arms. These equipment included weapons, swords, bracelets, wrist guards, rings, and so on. Because they were born with more arms, the racial talent of the snake demon determined that they could use additional equipment easily and without any impact. A well-equipped and wealthy 6-armed snake demon was a nightmare for many high-grade demons. That's because you can't imagine how terrifying a snake demon with a legendary ring on all 6 arms is. Clang, clang, clang. The snake demon in front of Sauron was obviously a poor demon because it only held 4 swords. At the same time, only the top 2 arms were wearing extraordinary wrist guards. As for the extremely rare enchanted rings, basically only a small number of demons could have them. There are not many wizards in the Abyss. Most of the demons only knew how to destroy. It was basically a pipe dream to ask them to make all kinds of top-grade equipment. The 4-armed snake demon joined the battle. Soon, the situation in front of him was gradually reversed. The fire demon was a little powerless facing 2 enemies at the same time. Its injuries were also getting worse little by little. Sauron slowly moved his feet, holding a rare grade dagger in his hand, waiting for an opportunity to appear. Chapter 5:22. The battle was still going on. Sauron was waiting for an opportunity to appear. Whether it was stabbing the fire demon or the 4-armed snake demon, it seemed to be acceptable to him because the Baelor's powerful strength could help him quickly rise to the ranks of the demon lords, and the 6-armed snake demon's ability could allow Soren's dual-wielding skills to be perfectly displayed. One was a very powerful demon bloodline, and the other was an advanced form that could inherit part of the fighting skills and strength of the original body. In terms of overall strength in the future, the gap was actually not that big. Sauron inherited the fighting skills of the curved sword and the dual-wielding skills. The advanced form of the snake demon could help him easily recover these abilities and even further master the ability of multi-attack and multi-wielding. From the perspective of the bloody battle in the bottomless abyss, the advanced form of the snake demon was basically not afraid of being surrounded by enemies. With Sauron's ability, he would basically die no matter how many people came. Of course, if he could choose, he would still prefer the path of the Baler because the Baler had a powerful teleportation ability. After all, the snake demon was still a warrior. Although it had the spell-like abilities of the demons, there was still a huge gap between the snake demon and the Baler. Basically, at Sauron's level, what he pursued was not pure physical strength. Of course, if any snake demon could become a legendary sacred swordsman, it would be a nightmare and disaster for the entire multiverse. The most terrifying physical strength hypothesized in the past. It was the supergiant six-armed snake demon plus legendary sword, saint plus multi-attack, plus multi-wielding plus aura, slash, plus critical strike, plus legendary battle skills, plus epic strength, plus insight weakness, plus whirlwind, theoretically speaking. This kind of physical strength could almost sweep the entire multiverse because the physical strength of the snake demon made up for the weakness of the sword saint's defense. The weakness of the sword saint could also be compensated by wearing bracers, rings, and so on the six arms. It was almost a perfect combination of all aspects. The only flaw was that it was basically impossible to achieve. Because of the chaotic nature of the snake demon, it was almost impossible to embark on the path of the Sword Saint. Note, the Sword Saint could not wear armor, but could wear bracers, rings, and other equipment. The extra arms of the snake demon would not be affected by wearing too many accessories. The battle was still going on. However, something unexpected seemed to have happened on the side of the battlefield. All of a sudden, the entire battle became a little chaotic. The four-armed snake demon seemed to have realized something, and its attacks became even more frenzied. It was as if it wanted to kill the flame demon in front of it. Sauron could not see what was going on the other side. Whether it was perception or vision, the Dretch's height of more than 1 meter was simply a handicap. This made Sauron even more determined to break through as soon as possible. He had to seize the opportunity in front of him. The chaos spread even further. It seemed that the enemy's reinforcements had arrived, and the demon army on their side gradually showed signs of defeat. Sauron could not see the situation on the battlefield because his field of vision was too small, but judging from the scattered Dretches on the side, Yenagu's reinforcements seemed to be large. The Lord of the Abyss controlled both the gnolls and the ghouls, as well as many demons that he had recruited. Although his personal strength was not considered top-notch in the bottomless abyss, the scale of the Devil Legion was quite large. The chaotic nature of the demons had made the battle unpredictable. The abyss never lacked good commanders, but there was a lack of enough execution power here. Some orders were given well, but when they were executed, it was completely different. Many of the silly demons either rushed forward or retreated. The weaker demons were frightened, while the stronger demons rushed directly into the enemy's ranks. The current situation was developing like this. The Hezru rushed into the Gnoll army. The Dretches were constantly retreating, and the enemies on the opposite side were mixed with their own allies. It was precisely because of this that many Lords of the Abyss gave up on large-scale armed demons and only relied on cannon fodder to fight. The real elites were rarely deployed on the battlefield. The flame demon's injuries were getting worse and worse. There were not many Dretches that could still stand near Sauron. The Hezru gradually retreated because of serious injuries, leaving only the four-armed snake demon to fight with the flame demon. From the current situation, the four-armed snake demon had a higher chance of winning because the flame demon was about to die. Boom! A violent explosion came from the side. As if it was forced by the four-armed snake demon in front of it, the flame demon's body suddenly burned violently. Its body gradually expanded, and terrible flames raged in all directions. It wanted to self-destruct. As the initial form of the Baler, although the flame demon did not have the ability to self-destruct, it could self-destruct before it died and drag the enemy down with it. The four-armed snake demon's injuries were already very serious. In this case, if it was affected by the self-destruction of the flame demon, it would basically die. Now, Sauron's figure flew out, almost squeezing out all his potential. At this moment, for him, it was a gamble. If he won, he could get the possibility of becoming a Baylor. If he lost, this demon's body would be completely destroyed. Not only would all the arrangements in the abyss be ruined, but his body would also be seriously injured and fall into a weakened state for a long time. When it was time to fight, he had to fight. In the scorching flames, Sauron rushed directly to the flame demon in front of him. The terrible flames burned its skin. If it weren't for the fact that demons had a certain degree of fire resistance, perhaps his whole body would have been burned. The severe pain stimulated his nerves. Sauron's pupils slightly turned blood red. He swung his dagger, jumped up, and stabbed directly at the neck of the flame demon in front of him. Shoo! The dagger flashed a cold light, and then Sauron slashed again. In this case, there was no way out. If the flame demon didn't die, he must die. Even if he missed, he wouldn't be able to escape. The damage of the explosion would directly kill him. The Dretch was too weak. Hot blood gushed out. The blood of the flame demon was like magma, directly igniting Sauron's body. At this moment, he seemed to have fallen into madness. He kept stabbing the flame demon with his dagger until his body completely turned into a burning fireball. A scorching force emerged. With the death of the flame demon, the self-destruction that was about to be completed suddenly seemed to be drained of all power. Flames rushed to Sauron's body. His body began to burn. Chapter 5:23. Pain, scorching heat, burning. Sauron's body turned into a burning human figure. The hot blood of the fire demon flowed on his skin and then seeped into his body little by little along the mysterious demon tattoo. Then there was even more terrible pain. It was as if the burning was not only inside the skin, but also his muscles, blood, bones, and internal organs. Sauron's breathing was accompanied by little sparks, and his bones made a crackling sound. His whole body quickly became almost the size of an adult. A row of data appeared in front of him. Middle grade, fire, demon killed. Extracting targets, demon bloodline. You've gained 36 demonic power. The current body cannot absorb soul energy. Soul energy conversion. Feedback 1200 slaughter, EXP, to the body. Demon bloodline activated. A mutation occurred in his own body. Dretch form ability improved. Demon bloodline activated. Mutation occurred. Insufficient energy. Mutation failed. Transformation of demonic power. Mutation occurred in the original form. Dretch form changed from a small creature to a medium-sized creature. Base HP increased to 10. Life force of demon form strengthened. Unknown bloodline mutation. Dretch form has undergone a mutation. Self-transformed into a demon form. Mastered the special talent, flame body. Mutation occurred in my bloodline. Dretch form evolved into Dretch elite form. Not enough energy. Sauron soon found that the power provided by the fire demon could not make him evolve into a new fire demon form. And this demonic power mutated in his original Dretch form, directly causing his body to change from a small creature to a medium-sized creature close to the size of an adult. A scorching power was still pouring into his body, and a mysterious demon tattoo appeared on Sauron's dark red skin. His whole body was constantly burning, and the scorching aura rushed in all directions. Elite form. This seemed to be an ability that only monsters could have. Some powerful monsters could continue to evolve on the original basis and eventually become a boss monster. For example, on the second floor of the abyss, there was a legendary Dretch. It was a powerful boss monster. Tap! A foot stepped out of the raging flames. Then Sauron, whose body had been enlarged to nearly twice its original size, walked out of the explosion. His entire person seemed to have changed. There were many mysterious demonic runes on his dark red skin. There were still flames burning on the surface of his arms and body, but they did not seem to affect him at all. His entire body was emitting a scorching aura, and his pupils seemed to be burning with flames. His breath was accompanied by rolling heat waves, and the soil under his feet gradually became charred black. Body of flames. Although he did not evolve into a flaming demon, he had a new innate ability, Flaming Body. Body of Flames, innate ability. Due to some special mutation, he has a powerful body of flames. From now on, you will be immune to all fire damage. After fully activating this innate ability, you will be surrounded by raging flames. Any target near you will receive 10 fire damage. When activated, this ability ignores both friend and foe. The power of the flames will burn everything around you. The most basic ability of the Baylor. Although Sauron could not compare to the 30 to 50 fire damage per second of the Baylor, as an advanced demon, he already had the power of fire. In this case, he was equivalent to the king of the Dretches. Even if there were thousands of ordinary Dretches, they would not be able to threaten him. Sauron's figure completely appeared. In the raging flames, the Dretch form was reborn. A pair of demon horns appeared on his forehead, and a pair of demon wings appeared on his back because of the mutation. However, the demon wings were not complete at all, and it was basically impossible for him to fly. At most, they were like some advanced lesser demons, flapping their wings to increase their speed when sprinting, allowing them to jump a little further. Sauron still retained the general form of a Dretch, but in many aspects, he had the characteristics of an intermediate demon. Demon horns, demon wings. These two were the most obvious signs. Unfortunately, the demon wings were more like a decoration than a succubus. A surge of power emerged. After completing the mutation, Sauron was directly promoted to Grade 2, and his creature level reached 8. At this moment, his data page had become Name, Sauron Race, Demon Form, Dretch Grade 2, Elite, Medium Creature, Level. Creature Level 8 Attributes, Strength 16, Dexterity 14, Constitution 18, Intelligence 12, Wisdom 14, Charm 15. Alignment, Lawful Evil. Note, other demons will be slightly hostile to your actions. Health, 36, 80 Demonic Power, 01000. Skills, Sneak 125, Literacy 50, Intimidation 50, Spellcraft 50, Use Magic Device 50, Listen 75, Detect 75, Search 50 abilities, Body of Flames, Demon Claws, +1 Natural Magic Weapon, Demon Skin, Damage Reduction +5, Demon Resistance. Abilities, Multi-Attack. Spell-like abilities, Fear, once a day, Stinking Cloud, once a day, Summon Demon, Telepathy. His strength gradually increased. The mutation ability of the demon gene directly improved Sauron's basic attributes with the advancement, and the further increase in size also strengthened his strength and vitality. The battlefield was quiet for a while. It was not rare for demons to have a mutation, but it happened more often in bloody battles with devils because bloody battles seemed to make it easier for them to absorb the enemy's power. In this small-scale battle, Sauron's mutation was undoubtedly quite eye-catching. The probability of a Dretch being able to advance was less than 1%. The scene of Sauron's advancement was indeed a bit eye-catching. So soon after he completed the advancement, there were enemies who wanted to rush over to kill him. The situation in front of him, Sauron turned around and ran without hesitation. What a joke. He had just advanced, and his abilities and body were not familiar yet. At first, he had the body of a child, but now he had the body of an adult. His combat power would definitely be affected, and his vitality had not recovered to full. He would be crazy to continue fighting with them. The best way now was, let this group of chaotic and crazy demons continue to fight to the death, and he would find a safe place to rest first. Running away after acting cool, so exciting. Chapter 5:24. After temporarily retreating from the battlefield, the situation in front of him was much clearer. A group of ghouls came out from the flank of the demon army. Sauron didn't know how they came out. Maybe there was a teleportation circle in the camp. The attack of the ghouls directly destroyed the flank of the succubus army. When Sauron retreated to the rear, the demons in his camp had already been defeated. Originally, the demons' command was very chaotic, and now the enemy had a great advantage in numbers. Basically, the low-grade demons began to swarm away, and the ghouls and gnolls were chasing after them. The whole battle was like a farce. Only the number of demons was quite large. Just this small conflict had mobilized tens of thousands of demons. If the demon army in front of him was really pulled out, even without command, they could easily defeat the main army of a kingdom. After all, in the Abyss, even the lowest level Dretch had 2 creature levels equivalent to advanced professions. The biggest characteristic of the Abyssal War was the huge amount of cannon fodder. The scale of tens of thousands was like a battle between 2 neighboring towns. Only when the scale reached 100,000 could it be considered a decent battle. When the scale reached 1 million, it could barely be considered a real battle. Of course, in such a huge number, most of them were low-grade demons. The real decisive combat power was the middle and high-grade demon elites. The battle continued until now. The demon army of both sides had suffered heavy losses, and the casualties had reached more than 5,000. Some died in the hands of the enemy, and some died in the hands of their own people. There was no other way. This was the situation in the Abyss. On the battlefield, not only did you have to be careful of the enemy's attack, but you also had to be careful of the Hezru that were fighting. They would not accidentally trample you to death. Just like what Sauron saw, a demon warlock actually threw a big fireball into the crowd. Although it killed a lot of enemies, it also killed a lot of their own people. Sauron, who had just advanced, was still quite eye-catching. But at this time, the demon warlord did not care because the number of enemies in front of him was close to double. These demon warlords had already run away. The Glabrezu general did not participate in the battle from beginning to end. When he saw that the situation was not right, he immediately began to retreat. As soon as he retreated, it was a big defeat. Behind them were the howling Hezru, as well as many ghouls and gnolls. Those who were slow to escape were either captured or killed. Is this a farce? Sauron had only this thought in his mind, but now he had to run. Intuition told him that things were not that simple. The succubus queen had always been very good at playing tricks. The commander of the demon army was at least a nun, so it was impossible for her to send a group of people to die so easily. Sure, soon, smoke rose from further away. It seemed that another battle had broken out. At this time, the Glabrezu in front finally stopped, then turned around and rushed directly to the Gnoll army. Then he saw the light of a teleportation circle on the side. The first to appear was a succubus wearing metal-tight armor. In the entire Abyss, only the succubus could meet the aesthetic standards of humans. These demons born from the Abyss wore metal armor seductively, and the metal boots made of black iron reflected light. They were neatly arranged in a battle formation. The one at the front seemed to be a succubus executioner. The long whip with metal barbs in her hand directly hit the enemy until the bones were white. The figure of the berserk demons appeared. Their heavy bodies began to crash into the enemy. The succubus warlock cast one spell after another, and the demons with weak will were charmed on the spot and rushed to their allies. The succubus army that appeared by teleportation began to counterattack. They neatly arranged in a circle and divided the battlefield into 2. It seems that the legend of the succubus queen deviating from the Order faction is true. Sauron only took a glance and realized that the battle command and military discipline of the 2 sides were not at the same level at all. The legend of the succubus queen deviating from the Order faction should be true, because the army was the embodiment of absolute order. It was because the succubus queen began to lean towards the Order faction that she could train such a powerful army and rise rapidly in the Abyss. With the innate abilities of the succubi, if they fought in a messy manner like other demons, they would probably be tortured to death. The light of the divine spell appeared. A power full of blasphemy fell on Sauron's body and instantly healed part of his injuries. Shock. There was a trace of shock in Sauron's eyes. During the Avatar crisis, he had not seen the succubus use the divine spell because the gods had lost their power at that time. But now the Avatar crisis had not completely erupted. The succubus in front of him could use the divine spell, which meant that the succubus queen, Mechanut's demon god of lust, clergy was not a joke. She could really give divine spells to the succubus who believed in her. The priests and healers appeared. Not only did the voluptuous succubus priests reduce the casualties of the demon army, they also boosted their morale to the point that they roared in unison. The appearance of the succubus priests not only boosted the morale of the demons, but also made many demons go berserk. One by one, the elite demons guarded the succubus priests. They did not directly join the battle. It seemed that there were very few succubus who had the ability to become priests. It was a very rare strategic troop class. Rays of magical light appeared one after another. The figures of the soul judgment demons also appeared on the battlefield. 3 huge demon-hunting spiders rampaged like tanks. These giant spiders weighing 6,500 pounds were simply nightmares of the low-grade demons. Their strength of more than 31 points was directly crushed. Middle and high-grade demons joined the battle and surrounded tens of thousands of enemies with less than 1 or 200 in number. The figure of a glorious nun appeared. She flew in the air and looked at her feet. It seemed that she wanted to eat all the demon army of Yeenagu, the king of the gnolls. This was an encirclement battle. Even Sauron was a little surprised by such a change in the situation, but this did not prevent him from continuing to harvest heads. Body of flame. Sauron's body was burning with flames. In an instant, he turned into a burning human figure. The nearby demons kept their distance, because even they would be hurt by the body of flame. Sauron's figure rushed out. This was a feeling he had never had before. It was a very refreshing battle. He only needed to avoid those powerful demons and circle around the low-grade demons a few times, and he could burn many enemies in a charcoal. Chapter 5:25. The balance of the battle had completely tilted. Victory basically belonged to the succubus army. What they had to do next was to kill all the enemies. Sauron found that his initial judgment was wrong. In terms of large-scale battles, the Baelor's group combat ability was not much weaker than the 6-armed snake demons. As long as they activated their innate ability, those cannon fodder could not even get close to them. With the Baelor's fire damage of more than 30 points per second, few enemies below the higher demon level could withstand it. The only drawback was that it was not effective against the demons, because many of them were immune to fire damage. That was the characteristic of the Baator Inferno. Many of the Baator Inferno's natives were not afraid of fire, seeing that the enemy had been defeated. Sauron finally gave up on dealing with the low-grade demons and turned to target some more powerful enemies, such as a seriously injured Hezru in front of him. The flaming body drove the enemies away and also made the allies not dare to approach. Zorro easily got the chance to solo a Hezru. Facing such a huge demon, he was very cautious because in terms of attributes, the other party still had a crushing advantage. His weapon had become a +1 rare grade longsword. There were equipment everywhere on the battlefield, but unfortunately, they were all inferior goods. The demons were still as bad as ever in making equipment for thousands of years. The +1 rare weapons that could be seen everywhere in the Baator Inferno might be a relatively rare thing in the Abyss. Sometimes, the demon army's equipment needed to be purchased from the Baator Inferno through the neutral evil Onababas and Night Witches. Then, in a bloody battle, the demons would leave corpses and equipment all over the ground. The demons would happily accept the souls of these enemies. They would also recycle these obsolete weapons and equipment and sell them to the demon army through the Night Witches and Onababas, earning some shiny disaster coins, gold coins. From the current situation, the demons always had a higher chance of winning the Abyss Blood War. This was the suppression of IQ. Sauron moved around the Hezru in front of him at high speed. As an experienced rogue, he knew very well how to deal with such a large enemy. Rumble. Sure enough, the Hezru in front of him began to become impatient and attacked him first. Clang! With a splash of blood, Sauron skillfully twisted his body to avoid the attack. He then stabbed his sword into the Berserker demon's chest. A disgusting viscous liquid splashed out, and the Berserker demon let out a pain growl. The whole battle was like toying with the Hezru. The Hezru did not even hit Sauron once from the beginning to the end. If it were not for the fact that its vitality was too tenacious and its attributes were too low, it would have been killed by Sauron. By the time Sauron killed Ahezru, the battle around him was almost over. A succubus officer was looking at him with interest, his eyes filled with lust. From a demon's point of view, Sauron's advanced form looked pretty good. Pa pa pa. A crisp applause sounded. A succubus officer wearing a metal-tight armor and a pair of black iron boots came in front of Sauron. He looked at him teasingly and smiled. Very good. From now on, you are the captain of the 16th Battalion of the Succubus Legion. Someone will assign you subordinates when we go back. The battle was over. The Succubus Legion returned with a great victory. This time, they defeated an army of their old rival, the Gnoll King, which made the demon army very happy, so rewards were quickly distributed. The hags came to the Steel Fortress at some point. They brought wine, food, and slaves, ready to take advantage of this opportunity to make another fortune. These neutral and evil creatures had always been active between demons and demons. They always found opportunities to make money or exchange something that could make them stronger. Of course, dealing with demons was risky. Devils were very good at keeping their promises, but demons never cared so much. Therefore, the goods of the hags were quite expensive. Sauron was promoted again. After returning to the Steel Fortress of the Succubus Legion, he had thousands of demons under him. Most of them were low-level dretches, and the only one that could be used was Ahezru. Unfortunately, the chaotic nature of the demons was not very pleasing to the eye. This Ahezru seemed to underestimate Sauron's strength. Its simple mind directly showed that it wanted to kill Sauron and replace him. It was a little speechless. Fortunately, the succubus, who were now obviously biased to the lawful camp, did not seem to be very resistant to him. There were even succubus officers who sent him a provocative invitation. Of course, this was also accompanied by the hostile eyes of other demons. Before Sauron could familiarize himself with his messy subordinates, he received a new order the next day. A bloody battle might break out. The hags left the Steel Fortress the next day without anyone noticing. They could always avoid the bloody battle in the abyss in time. Sauron needed to command his subordinates to strengthen the defense measures. As early as hundreds of years ago, the demons had gradually lost in the bloody battle. The original battlefield was in the first layer of the Baator Inferno, and then retreated to the gap between the abyss and the Baator Inferno. Now, the main battlefield of the bloody battle was on the first layer of the abyss, 10,000 Abyss Plane. If it weren't for the powerful demon lord, the Wind Demon King, Sauron even suspected that the Demon Legion could directly reach the third layer of the abyss. The demon lords who were constantly fighting among themselves could not win against the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus. This terrible existence was still accumulating strength little by little. He had gathered a large number of demons and was ready to counterattack to the deepest part of the abyss at any time. As a newly promoted demon, Sauron still could not get rid of the fate of being cannon fodder. However, if he could safely survive this bloody battle, maybe he could get rid of the fate of being cannon fodder. Of course, the premise was that the demons could defeat the devils this time. He was not sure about this at all. After all, war was not a matter of one person. His personal ability could be said to be quite insignificant in the bloody battle. However, under normal circumstances, as long as the demon army did not fight among themselves, relying on their huge number of people, they could always fight to a draw with the devils. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Sauron suddenly heard the battle alarm at night. He almost got up and got ready for battle. Then when he stepped on the wall, Sauron could not help but curse. Damn it! The black mass of ghosts in front of him was not the devil army, but countless ghouls and gnolls. The revenge of the demons. The army of the Gnoll King, Yeenagu, chose to retaliate against the succubus army at this juncture. They wanted to attack them at night to avenge the destruction of the army. At this moment, Sauron finally knew why the demons always lost. Chapter 5:26. In front of him were demons, gnolls, and undead. The succubus queen, Mechanut, and the Knoll king, Yinagu, had been fighting for thousands of years, and the accumulated hatred had long been too strong to be resolved. Facing the active attack of the succubus army, the army of the Knoll king, Yinagu, did not hesitate to counterattack. The surprise attack in front of him was obviously to directly flatten this steel fortress. Judging from the number of enemies in front of him, the Knoll king, Yinagu mobilized nearly 100,000 demons, which had a strength gap of nearly 5 times. Each layer of the abyss was not small. It was equivalent to an independent plane. As the rulers of the bottomless abyss, many demon lords had territories larger than a continent, so they had huge populations and armies under their command. A true battle between demon lords might be comparable to a small-scale planar war. The figures of the gnolls from the abyss appeared in the darkness. These vigorous enemies had good stealth ability. By the time they were discovered, many of them had already climbed up the wall of the steel fortress. By the time Sauron arrived, the battle had already begun, and there were many demons running around in the camp. Roar! But something happened that made Sauron even more speechless. His adjutant, the Hezru, after killing an abyss gnoll, jumped down from the wall and rampaged all the way into the enemy's army. It laughed excitedly as it killed. Then it was surrounded by several ghouls and gnolls at the same time, and its injuries became more serious. Then it died just like that. That's right. It died. What the hell? That's right. Sauron's adjutant died at the beginning of the battle. What's there to play? What made him feel even more desperate was that this kind of thing was not only happening around him. There were many middle-grade and high-grade demons in the steel fortress who rushed to the bottom of the wall to fight with the enemy. Sauron was speechless. Fortunately, the enemy's demon army was almost the same. One of the berserk demons seemed to be having a great time killing the demons, but still wasn't satisfied even after reaching the city wall. It didn't have any intention of occupying the city wall and directly jumped into the steel fortress. Then it was a little dumbfounded because it was also surrounded by many demons. Body of flame. Sauron's dark red skin began to appear on his dark red skin, and the raging flames wrapped him in it. Then he was like a torch, causing the nearby demons to avoid him. The Balrog used a special weapon. Sauron did not have a long sword that could burn flames, so he could only temporarily use a +1 long sword against the enemy in front of him. The fire illuminated the surroundings. Zorro suddenly became very eye-catching, and then a lot of attacks came. However, perhaps he was born with a strong ability to adapt, or perhaps he had already expected such a result. Zorro quickly jumped off the wall and rushed to the enemies who had run into the camp. Running away after showing off, so exciting. Sauron seemed to be a little used to it. The demon army outside saw a human-shaped flame suddenly appear on the wall. It was so eye-catching in the dark night and looked very cool. Many demons could not help but scream and prepare to kill this guy first, but they did not expect him to turn around and shrink back. Want to run away after showing off? Not so easy. Many demons rushed towards Sauron's wall. Some even climbed up the wall and looked around for the guy who wanted to run away after showing off. After finding the target, they jumped down excitedly. Sauron never thought that his taunting ability was so powerful. Just showing up on the wall attracted 7 or 8 middle-grade demons to chase him. He did not know if these enemies did not like his cool appearance, or if they thought that killing him would bring unexpected gains. Sauron was originally in the lawful evil camp. In the bottomless abyss, it was easy to attract the hostility of demons. Now that he had a flame-like appearance, it seemed that he could attract a group of monsters. A row of data appeared in front of him. Killed middle-grade Hezru. Extracting targets, demon bloodline. You've gained 21 points of demon power. Current body cannot absorb soul energy. Soul energy conversion. Feedback 900 slaughter EXP to the body. Ability upgrade. Creature level increased to level 10. You've advanced to grade 3. Demon bloodline activated. A mutation has occurred in his own body. Dretch form ability upgraded. You've automatically learned the spell-like ability Command Demon, casting level 10, under the Elite template. The effect of your spell-like ability, Summon Demon, has increased. After killing another Hezru, Sauron's creature level increased again and directly entered the ranks of Grade 3 demons. The demon bloodline accumulated by Sauron was still not enough for him to undergo a mutation. It could only improve the power of the Dretch form again. However, because he had an elite template, Sauron's growth obviously exceeded the limits of ordinary Dretch. His spell-like ability was still constantly improving under the accumulation of demon bloodline. Command Demon spell-like ability. As an elite demon, you can cast the command spell on other demons once. The casting level is equivalent to your creature level. If the command is successful, the demon will completely obey your orders, but if the spell fails, the target may launch a crazy attack on you. This spell-like ability can be used once a day. Summon Demon spell-like ability. As an elite demon, you have the talent ability to summon more subordinates. You can summon 2 to 6 Dretch subordinates. This spell-like ability increases with your own strength. This spell-like ability can be used once a day. Command Demon. Summon Demon. If Sauron remembered correctly, before he was upgraded, his ability to summon demons was like this. Dretch can summon another Dretch, but the success rate is only about 35%. This ability is like a level 1 spell and can only be used once a day. One was a 35% chance to summon another Dretch. The other was to summon 2 to 6 Dretch subordinates directly. These are not spells at all. Under the elite form, Sauron's various abilities were quite obvious. Summon Demon. Facing such a powerful taunt ability, Sauron did not hesitate to summon a group of cannon fodder. The spell-like ability was directly imprinted in the demon's memory, just like a sorcerer's ability that they were born with. With the emergence of magic, 3 Dretch figures appeared around Sauron's body. Because of the flame body, these Dretch all hid far away, but Sauron still easily relied on his will to command them. Next were the other demons. In this situation, there was no doubt that the more cannon fodder around him, the better. It was obvious that many of the enemy demons did not like his behavior of running away after showing off. If he ran to the city wall and activated his flame body in the next battle, he might attract a group of enemies. Therefore, Sauron now planned to use the command demon to control a relatively powerful cannon fodder. At least it could help him block the enemy. However, this was also risky. After all, his own creature level was only 10. If the command failed, he might be attacked by the target. What kind of demon was more suitable? Sauron looked for allies around him. It could not be too powerful because the success rate of command was very low and the risk of failure was too high. It cannot be too weak either. Otherwise, it would waste a precious spell-like ability and it would not be of much use. Soon, Sauron found a good target. It was a violent abyss demon with a challenge rating of 5 and a creature level of about 10. It was a large demon with a relatively low IQ, but its skin was thick and tough. It could become a kind of cannon fodder for Hezru. If it was it, Sauron's success rate might be 50%. Chapter 527. The first layer of the abyss, the 10,000 abyss plains. There was a special place in the abyss, and that was Desolate Town located in the 10,000 abyss plains. This was the seed of the power of order in the abyss. There was a balance in the entire multiverse. Even in the most chaotic places, there were seeds of order. In the most orderly places, there were also chaotic things hidden. Desolate Town was such a place. Its ruler was the powerful demon lord, Red Shroud. She was a powerful succubus sorcerer, and it was said that she was the daughter of the succubus queen, Mechanut. Desolate Town had existed in the abyss for a long time. Even though the blood war had broken out for countless years, this town was still impregnable. Occasionally, it would be attacked by the demon army, but it would be quickly taken back by the demons. Desolate Town. This town had always been the gathering point of the blood war mercenaries, a transit point for travelers who were crazy enough to explore the abyss, and the only place of trade in the abyss that had enough order. Desolate Town was formed by a series of collapsed towers. As a succubus sorcerer with unfathomable strength, Red Shroud had set up enough defensive facilities here. At the same time, the town was surrounded by trenches, city walls, spiked barricades, and other fortifications. This was the most orderly city in the Abyss. There were administrative departments and security personnel. Anyone who caused trouble in public would be killed on the spot. The moat of Desolate Town was filled with the water of the Styx. It could make ordinary people lose all their memories, and most people would be injured if they were contaminated. For dimensional travelers who wanted to deal with the demons, this was a relatively safe place. Even the craziest demons would have to suppress their inner madness and show restraint on the surface. Because of the safety of this place, a large number of merchants from other dimensions poured in. They purchased all kinds of special materials from the Abyss, and they also sold materials and weapons from other dimensions. This place was responsible for most of the evil transactions in the Abyss, and it also brought a lot of benefits to some powerful beings. Many equipment made by the demon lords were also sold here. The currency used the most here was gold, gems, and souls. The value of the souls was the highest. Adventurers and mercenaries from other dimensions who wanted to participate in the Blood War were also recruited here. At the same time, this was also one of the gathering points of the demon army in the first layer. An endless stream of demon army would gather here. In the long history of the Blood Wars, Desolate Town was the most valuable strategic target on the first floor. During the most intense period of the war, the city had been attacked by the Demon Elite Legion more than once. The city had also changed hands several times, but in the end, it had been taken back. For the devils, seizing Desolate Town was equivalent to seizing the seed of order in the upper levels of the Abyss. It would be easier for them to build a portal to the Bator Inferno, mobilize enough troops, and reduce the pressure on logistics. In addition, taking down Desolate Town and several other important locations in the first layer of the Chaos Abyss would be equivalent to Order defeating Chaos. The laws of the first layer of the Chaos Abyss would likely be converted to the Order faction, giving the devils an even greater advantage. Plain distortion. This was the greatest conspiracy and ambition of the demons in the past several hundred years. The bottomless abyss wasn't static. On the contrary, it was the center of the most chaotic abyss, with infinite possibilities. The Bator Inferno relied on devouring the territories of the bottomless abyss to gradually expand. The battlefield between the bottomless abyss and the Bator Inferno had been merged into the Bator Inferno, causing the size of the bottomless abyss to decrease little by little. Although this decrease was insignificant, it was something that had always happened. The devils hoped to completely occupy the first layer of the bottomless abyss. If possible, even the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus, would personally take action. This was because only the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus, could completely defeat the Demon Lord of Wind, Pazu. In a place far away from Desolate Town, there was a huge steel fortress called the Blood War Fortress. It was once a stronghold built by the Demon Legion, but now was the front line of the Bator Inferno. The entire Blood War Fortress was filled with countless mysterious and complicated magic circles. Fresh blood covered the ground. The air here seemed to contain some kind of power. Even the laws of the plane were distorted. The power of the abyss was suppressed. The will of chaos that shrouded the entire bottomless abyss was distorted, expelled, and changed here. The devils had injected the power of order into this land. This was the most important stronghold of the devils. The Blood War Fortress was the bridgehead to conquer the entire Rift Plane. If the Demon Legion could take out the important stronghold led by Desolate Town, then the Demon Legion could change the laws of the entire plane. They could drag the Rift Plane into the Bator Inferno and turn it from chaos to order. If they succeeded, this would be a huge victory, even representing the possibility of order defeating chaos in the end. It could also end the endless bloody war in the abyss and completely defeat the bottomless abyss. Countless devils were busy in the Blood War Fortress. They were preparing for a new battle. This battle was more difficult than the ones they had encountered in the past, because their opponent was the Queen of Succubus. This powerful demon lord was different from the others. The demon legion she controlled had a certain degree of discipline. If there was a large number of devils, it would be difficult for the demon legion to gain the upper hand. The Queen of Succubus was the most threatening enemy of the devils. Even if she was not in the Rift Plane, the existence of the succubus warlock, Red Shroud, was a headache for the devils. The succubus was deviating to the Order faction. The various signs in the bottomless abyss indicated the possibility of the succubus queen deviating to Order evil, especially in a place like Desolate Town, which was filled with the power of Order. Many people were certain that the Queen of Succubus had changed. However, the succubus queen seemed unwilling to submit to the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus. Any attempts by the devils to rope her in were met with the ruthless determination and counterattacks of the succubus queen. She used battle after battle to prove that she would never merge with the will of the devils. Desolate Town. The Red Shroud, or Red Shroud, was a succubus warlock who liked to wear wedding dresses. No one knew when this succubus ruled this place. It seemed that she had ruled for many years. She witnessed the rise and fall of the Blood War and possessed the status and strength of a demon lord. She was even regarded as the strongest succubus lord after the Queen of Succubus, because only the power of a demon lord could suppress the devils and maintain order in Desolate Town. The origin of Red Shroud was a mystery and was even suspected to be some demon lord in disguise. However, there are also some who believe that she was born from the oldest succubus. Currently, the biggest guess was that she was most likely the daughter of the succubus queen, Mechanut. She was only responsible for the most basic gathering of people in this town and the Blood War. Red Shroud would not participate in other matters, so she did not have many enemies. Her behavior was more rational and was closer to that of the devils. With Desolate Town as the center, dozens of steel fortresses nearby were the territory of the succubus army. Red Shroud was the highest ruler of the succubus, but the actual ruler was the other daughters of the succubus queen, those powerful, radiant nuns. The devils were trying to change the law of the plane. On the Rift Plane, because of the Blood War, the power of chaos and order intertwined. This change attracted the attention of many powerful evil gods and made them realize that the law of the plane was not completely impossible to change. In the bottomless abyss, in the Bator Inferno, many evil gods were experimenting, trying to change their own god kingdoms into the laws they needed. This change may need the right time, because it was very likely to lead to the counterattack of other demon lords or the anger of the terrible Lord of Hell, Asmodeus. The change was hidden in many conspiracies. It seemed that in the entire bottomless abyss and the Bator Inferno, the only ones who dared to stand out and make blatant changes were the Queen of Succubus, Mechanut, and the Queen of Spiders, Lolth. One was gradually moving towards the lawful evil camp. The other was slowly moving from chaotic evil to neutral evil. The Queen of Spiders seemed to be always brewing conspiracies. She became more rational, but also more dangerous. No one knew when the change would be completed, but the Blood War had reached the current situation, and many gods realized the possibility of changing the law of the plane, even if it required a considerable amount of power. Chapter 528. Sauron's figure appeared on the wall again. In an instant, a flame appeared on his dark red skin, and then he turned into a human-shaped flame. His figure was so eye-catching in the darkness, so eye-catching. He was like a torch in the darkness, instantly attracting the attention of many enemies. Then Sauron, who had just made a flashy appearance, disappeared from the enemy's sight. Soon, several demons rushed toward him from the chaotic battlefield. It seemed that they were not used to his eye-catching appearance. A Vrak appeared in front of him, and the surrounding dretches swarmed toward it. The Berserk demon let out an angry growl and rushed over to entangle the other party. Then Sauron swung his long sword and slashed, taking advantage of the other party being trapped by the Berserk demon to attack wildly. An enemy, evil demon, fell. Sauron took back his weapon and took a breath. After seeing that there were no enemies nearby, he jumped on the wall again. Flame burn. Sauron, who was quite eye-catching, once again attracted aggro. It was as if he had a taunting aura, and another group of enemies were attracted to him. The IQ of demons was really low. No wonder they were beaten by the devils for so long. Sauron even had a little bit of evil in his heart. It seemed that as long as he activated the flame body ability, there would always be some fools among the enemies who wanted to kill him. This was tantamount to suicide. As long as they dared to come, he would order his subordinates to surround them and beat them up. In the end, he would personally harvest their heads. He killed 5 or 6 demons in a row. Sauron finally found that the enemies had learned a lot. This time, no one dared to rush up. They just crazily attacked the wall. Under the command of the high-grade demons, they were ready to take down the wall first. However, at this time, Sauron had accumulated enough demon blood. When he beheaded a Hezru who was running around madly, his accumulated power finally reached the critical point of a breakthrough. A row of data appeared in front of him. Middle grade Hezru killed. Extracting target's demon blood. You've gained 23 points of demon power. Current body can't absorb soul energy. Soul energy conversion. Feedback 980 slaughter EXP to the body. Ability increased. Creature level increased to 12. Demon bloodline activated. A mutation occurred in his own body. His evil demon bloodline had undergone a mutation. Bloodline mutation, energy mutation, Dretch form fusion mutation. He had evolved into the flaming demon form. Innate ability Devil Skin has been strengthened. Talent ability Devil Resistance has been enhanced. Talent ability Flaming Body has been strengthened. Dretch form mutation fusion. You have lost your spell-like ability Stinking Cloud. You've retained the spell-like ability Fear. You've retained the ability Multi-Strike. You've retained your innate ability Telepathy. Demon form advancement fusion complete. Automatically comprehended the innate ability. Flame Whip. Insufficient energy. The current demon bloodline cannot retain the elite bloodline. He had lost some of his abilities as an elite Dretch. Terrifying flames ignited. The flames on Sauron's body burst out all of a sudden. Even one of the Dretch he summoned was burned to death, and the nearby demons all hid far away. Sauron's whole body was in the flames, and his form had undergone a drastic change. His originally thin body gradually became stronger, the demon horns on his head became larger, and the demon wings on his back grew a lot. The most obvious change was his ears, which had become sharp like elves. At the same time, mysterious demon tattoos appeared all over his body. Flaming demon form. Sauron finally mutated into the ranks of middle-grade demons, but his appearance seemed to be a little different from other flaming demons. Maybe it was because he still had the Dretch form of the elite bloodline before. Boom! A strong arm with sharp claws stretched out of the flames. Sauron's body, which had exceeded the height of ordinary people, slowly walked out of the flames. The strange demon tattoos were all over his naked chest. A pair of demon horns were like curved horns, full of the oppression of a superior demon. Even if it was only the form of a middle-grade flaming demon, from the perspective of being able to evolve into a Baelor, Sauron's form was obviously more superior than other middle-grade demons. Flames jumped on the demon wings, accompanied by the whistling wind. Sauron suddenly clenched his fist. A burst of demonic power. The burning fire behind Sauron suddenly began to gather like a tornado. Countless flames rushed to his palm, and then a 5-meter-long flame whip formed. The surrounding temperature gradually rose. The fire behind Sauron had been completely extinguished, but the flame whip in his hand seemed to be solid. The innate ability of a demon allowed him to feel the whip as flexible as his own arm with a flick of his hand. Flame whip, talent ability. Flaming demons have the ability to control flames. Some flaming demons who inherit the Baelor bloodline can master this special talent ability in advance. Flaming demons can condense the power of flames into a flame whip. This weapon is regarded as a natural magic weapon. The initial level of the weapon is +1. It causes an additional 5 points of fire damage to the enemy. Flaming demons can increase the power of the flame whip by 1 every 5 creature levels, increasing 5 points of fire damage. It can be regarded as a +5 natural magic weapon, causing an additional 25 points of fire damage to the target. Note, with the strengthening of the demon bloodline, the flame whip can evolve into the flame whip of the Baylor. The demonic wings behind him slowly open. Sauron walked up the city wall again with heavy steps. The land he walked on was burning, and the ground was scorched black. A dazzling flame streaked across the air. Sauron swung the flame whip and wrapped around a Vrock. Then, the Vrock let out a mournful cry and dragged it down the city wall. The sword flashed in a chilling radiance. Sauron held the flame whip in one hand and the +1 sword in the other. He dashed toward his target in an instant. I've finally evolved. Now, he had the ability to fight other intermediate demons alone. Although Sauron hadn't fully understood the flaming demon's abilities, he was sure that as he accumulated more demon bloodline, he would be able to grasp those abilities bit by bit and eventually evolve into a legendary advanced demon. Flame demon form. Chapter 529. Another intermediate demon fell under Sauron's sword. With the emergence of demon power, the demon tattoo on Sauron's body changed slightly again. There seemed to be a strange rune on his strong arm. At the same time, a new data prompt appeared. Killed mid-tier flow demon. Extracting target's demon bloodline. You've gained 24 demon power. Current body cannot absorb soul energy. Soul energy conversion. Feedback 10, 50 slaughter, EXP. Ability upgrade. Creature level increased to level 13. Demon bloodline activated. Evolution mutation occurred. Flaming demon. Form gained ability upgrade. You've learned the spell-like ability, Fireball. You've learned the spell-like ability, Burning Hand. You've learned the talent, Strange Weapon Mastery, Whip. You've learned the talent, Weapon Mastery, Long Sword. A new spell-like ability. Sauron's flashy figure appeared on the city wall again, but this time he directly threw out a big fireball. The fireball instantly exploded in the crowd, killing many unlucky people. Anyway, both sides died a lot. After all, many people were seriously injured in the beginning of the battle, and the area covered by the fireball was not small. At this time, Sauron's attributes had become Name, Sauron Race, Demon Form, Flaming Demon Grade 3, Medium Creature, Level. Creature Level 13 Attributes, Strength 20, Agility 16, Vitality 20, Intelligence 14, Wisdom 15, Charm 16 Alignment. Lawful Evil. Note: other demons will be slightly hostile to your actions. HP 121175 Demonic Energy 361500. Skills: Sneak 125, Literacy 70, Intimidation 70, Spell Identification 70, Use Magic Device 70, Listen 85, Detect 85, Search 60 Ability. Flaming Body, Flaming Whip, Demon Claws, +1 Natural Magic Weapon. Demon Skin, Damage Reduction +10. Demon Resistance, all resistances +10. Specialty: Multi-Attack, Weapon Mastery. Longsword, Xenogeneic Weapon Mastery. Whip Spell-like abilities: Fear, once per day. Dominate Demon, once per day. Fireball, once per day. Burning Hand, once per day. Summon Demon, Telepathy. Evolved into the Flaming Demon form. Sauron's greatest improvement was the increase in all of his attributes, his increased vitality, and his mastery of the Flame Whip. Moreover, the damage dealt by his flaming body had increased by 5 points. As he was a monster, although Sauron had 20 points of strength and constitution, he could not obtain the corresponding supernatural abilities because the abilities were integrated into the demon bloodline. In fact, his explosive strength, reaction speed, recovery ability, and so on had all been significantly improved. The power of the Dretch form was reserved. Sauron's demon claws were still regarded as a +1 magic weapon, but he was still more used to fighting with weapons. At this moment, The battle in the steel fortress had reached a stalemate. If there were no external disturbances, then it would eventually become a war of attrition. In the end, the number of casualties on both sides might reach half, because sometimes it was normal for demons to fight for a day and a night. The succubus army could still hold the fort for the time being, but the enemy had a clear advantage in numbers. If there were no reinforcements, they would suffer heavy losses. Sauron was always paying attention to the enemies around him. On one hand, he was conserving his strength, and on the other hand, he was looking for injured enemies to finish them off. If there were traces of powerful demons nearby, he would immediately turn off his flaming body ability and escape into the crowd. No matter who rushed in, they would die because there were 3 soul judgment demons and a Glabrizu near Sauron. Sauron was very eye-catching. The other allied higher demons naturally noticed him. Since he was an ally, of course, they did not want him to die so easily. The succubus officers would occasionally pay attention to him intentionally or unintentionally, dispatching troops to replenish the consumption of Sauron's wall. There were corpses everywhere in front of him. The injured ghouls would retreat from time to time to eat and recover. Regardless of whether it was the bodies of enemies or allies, they just focused on eating. The cruelty of the bottomless abyss was undoubtedly displayed on the battlefield. Sauron's injuries were also worsening. No matter how good his skills were and how careful he was, there were still too many enemies in front of him. If he was not careful, he would be attacked once or twice. Dong, dong, dong. Just when a wall of the steel fortress was about to fall under the frenzied attack of the gnolls, a dull sound of war drums suddenly sounded from behind the enemy. Reinforcements. Sauron looked into the distance in surprise, but soon he could not help but frown in confusion. It was not the reinforcements of the succubus army that appeared, but a group of creatures that surprised Sauron. Taurens. Abyss Taurens. This group of tall, burly, and powerful minotaurs held battle axes, heavy hammers, and totem poles in their hands. They directly charged into the rear of the gnoll army. Like a red-hot, thick, and hard iron rod, they forcefully stabbed into the gnolls' buttocks with brute force, causing the gnolls to howl in pain. The Taurens' equipment was relatively good. Although they did not wear full body armor, their weapons were quite good. With their tall body and natural strength, they defeated the rear of the gnoll army. However, they did not seem to want to come to support the succubus army, but more to kill the enemy as much as possible. The Tauren king Buffett. Sauron seemed to suddenly remember something and could not help but slap his head. The group of Taurens in front of him was undoubtedly the subordinates of the Tauren king, Buffett. It was the demon lord of the 600th floor of the abyss and the enemy of Yeenagu, the Gnoll king. The 2 biggest enemies of Yeenagu, the Gnoll king, were the succubus queen, Mechanut, and the Tauren king, Buffett. The enemy of an enemy was an ally. The appearance of the Tauren army seemed to want to give the Gnoll king a hard blow. This momentum would soon defeat the enemy in the rear. The Abyss Taurens were tall and had a natural advantage in strength. The attack of this well-equipped Tauren army was earth-shattering. Just their aura alone was enough to frighten many low-grade demons into turning tail and running. Not many ordinary ghouls and gnolls could withstand a few blows from them. The burly Tauren chieftain even wielded a huge, heavy axe, and with a swing of his hand, he left a trail of severed limbs all around him. If it were not for the fact that he did not have the aura of a demon lord, Sauron would have suspected that he was the incarnation of the Tauren king. The Abyss Taurens had natural abilities such as terrifying strike, breaking weapons, breaking shields, fierce charge, powerful slam, and so on. Their creature level might not be high, but the challenge level was very high. In Sauron's line of sight, a small team of heavily armored Tauren warriors roared fiercely. They pointed their thick horns at the enemy in front of them, and then directly charged at the enemy. In an instant, the enemy was knocked off their feet and thrown off their feet. These Tauren warriors were quite fierce, and some of them did not care about breaking one of their horns. They continued to fight wildly with their battle axes. The Gnoll army was finished. Under such a pincer attack, it was impossible for them to hold on for long. Sure enough, the succubus commander quickly ordered a counterattack, with more than a dozen demon-hunting spiders opening the way, 7 or 8 glabrizu breaking the formation, and 5 or 6 soul judgment demons covering. The most elite middle and high-grade demons of the succubus army instantly attacked, and like a sharp knife, they directly stabbed into the enemy's interior. The defeat of the Knoll army was unstoppable. Sauron did not hesitate to activate his flaming body again, and led a group of low-grade demons to outflank the enemy from the side. In this kind of situation, the low-grade demons under his command rushed forward one by one. Chapter 530. Northern Tower. When she heard a very rhythmic knock outside the door, the Eye of the North slowly raised her head. With a faint magic aura, the wizard's hand put all the documents and files on the dugga behind her. Inside the dugga were volumes of documents. On the side were notes recorded by many witches, and at the back were books kept by the council. The knowledge stored here was quite precious. Their value may even surpass all the wealth of a kingdom. Therefore, this room was covered with fireproof and dust-proof magic circles. At the same time, it was directly included in the protection of a huge magic lock. "Come in." As the voice of the Eye of the North sounded, a middle-aged witch with a serious face came in. She bowed slightly to express her respect for the Eye of the North, then put a thick document on the desk and said slowly, "Your Excellency, the Eye of the North. This is the transaction record with the South Coast for half a year, including weapons procurement, trade cooperation, and construction of fortifications. Our profit in the first half of the year was about 300,000 Kindler, the largest of which was the sale of extraordinary weapons to the city of Mordor." The Eye of the North took the document and glanced at it, then nodded and said, "Very good." The Witch Council was quite rich, but they were also very short of money because it took too many resources to cultivate a witch. The internal application of the Witch Council to transfer resources to build a low-level wizard tower had been filled in 30 years. Although they had a large amount of land in the north, the finances of the Witch Council had always been tight because of the high consumption of internal research. Now the profit of trading with the city of Mordor was comparable to most of the territory's income, which made the Eye of the North feel satisfied with her wise decision. As long as this trade line could be maintained, the Witch Council would have more and more funds. They would be able to cultivate more talented juniors and build 1 or 2 new wizard towers. "Your Excellency." The middle-aged witch with a serious face took out another document and said in a deep voice, "This is the purchase list of the city of Mordor for the second half of the year. It feels a little strange, so I brought it over for you to have a look." "Strange?" Eye of the North immediately took it and looked at it. At first glance, there didn't seem to be anything strange, but when she compared it with the purchase list of the first half of the year, she quickly found something strange. There was a problem with the weapons purchase order. The Northern Witch Council had the ability to mass-produce +1 rare-grade weapons, which was the accumulation of hundreds of thousands of years. The Mordor city had always had a large number of weapons orders from the Witch Council. These mass-produced +1 rare-grade weapons were sold to the Mordor city at a relatively cheap price, and the number had always been quite large. It could be said that it was the largest arms trade in the entire material plane, and it often exceeded the trading limit of 100,000 Kindler. Sometimes, because the transaction amount was too large, Mordor city directly used unminted gold to pay. The elite troops of Mordor city had been replacing them with +1 rare-grade weapons in batches, and the Northern Witches had long known about this. However, since they had a good relationship with each other and the Parliament could earn quite a bit of profit, no one cared too much about it. The problem was with the weapons order. According to the preliminary statistics of the Northern Witches, the weapons purchased by Mordor city were enough to arm most of the elites. According to common sense, the demand for weapons purchase in the second half of the year should be reduced. But in fact, the weapons purchase orders of Mordor city in the second half of the year did not decrease, but nearly doubled compared to the previous year, and there were even signs of further orders. This was not strange enough. What was even more strange was that most of the weapons ordered by Mordor City in the first half of the year were one-handed weapons and small and medium-sized weapons. But the weapons ordered in the second half of the year were all medium-sized and above, including a large number of heavy weapons, such as two-handed swords, beheading swords, two-handed axes, two-handed greatswords, heavy war hammers, large polearms, and so on. Such weapons seemed to be rarely popular in the army, and even adventurers did not use them much. However, some races with natural divine power liked to use such heavy weapons. There was obviously something fishy about this. However, the Eye of the North did not want to delve into it. Anyway, it was just a +1 rare weapon. As long as the Witch Council could make enough profit, it would be fine. After all, if this batch of weapons continued, their profits in the second half of the year might directly double. She guessed that Soren was planning to resell weapons. As for who he was selling to, she could not guess. It might be a force in the Outer Islands, or it might be some other race. Anyway, Mordor City could not directly consume such a large number of orders. No problem. The Eye of the North raised her hand and handed back the orders for the second half of the year. She slowly said, "Let the factories below speed up their work." Some of the low-grade witches also assigned some enchantment tasks to them, and a part of the profits can be distributed to them. In the second half of this year, the Witch Council will mobilize funds to build 3 more beginner wizard towers, so there must be no problems with this trade line. The middle-aged witch immediately nodded and said, "Understood. I'll arrange it now." The Witch Council was originally a neutral organization. For any neutral organization, their own interests were always the most important. The rise of the Witch Council had inherited some dirty things. In their eyes, good and evil were far less important than the pursuit of arcane truth. By the way, before the middle-aged witch left, she turned and said, "The messenger of Mordor City came today to ask when you're going to attend the ceremony. They need to prepare in advance." The Eye of the North glanced up and said slowly, "I will arrive a day earlier. I haven't seen Gloria for a long time. I don't know how she has progressed. This girl is stubborn. I hope her choice is not wrong." Sigh. As a powerful legendary spellcaster, she had felt the fluctuations of fate. Some kind of uneasiness made her aware, and it was getting more and more obvious. She was afraid that it would be a terrible disaster. Even she sometimes felt powerless. The stars were getting dimmer and dimmer. The avatars of the gods had begun to appear in the mortal world. When the gods could not be high above, then all the order in the mortal world would be strongly impacted. Mordor City. Since teams of soldiers were in formation, the whole barracks was brewing a dignified atmosphere. Even an idiot could feel the coming of war. Mordor City was about to launch an expansion war. Many people who were lurking near Mordor City were aware of this, but what worried them was that they did not know where Mordor City would attack. And when they learned that Mordor City was only dealing with the nearby indigenous tribes, many nervous forces finally breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't know when. Mordor City had become a force that scared them. Chapter 531. What did the city of Mordor want? This was what the whole South Coast wanted to know. There was a new god behind the city of Mordor. He also had a close relationship with the Lady of Wealth, the goddess of sea, and the goddess of misfortune. He had a huge pirate army in the secular world, occupied the richest shipping routes in the material plane, had a close relationship with the Witch Council, and the powerful Princess Royal of Arendelle seemed to have a good relationship with him. All these added up made many people feel uneasy, and every move of the city of Mordor attracted their attention. However, Mordor City's movements never stopped. It was either moving here or there. They had collected a lot of information, but the most important information had not been found. They could not guess what Soren, who was standing behind Mordor City, wanted. Now, some people have called the city of Mordor a kingdom built on the outer islands with the territory of the sea as its territory. Port Mordor. At this time, it was just dawn, and many people were still sleeping, but there were groups of busy soldiers in the dock area. Captain, a man with a serious face, came in front of Stephen, the captain of the 7th Battalion of the Mordor garrison. pulled out a two-handed sword with a cold light and said in a deep voice, "This is the first batch of weapons. Most of them are two-handed swords and two-handed greatswords, and their quality has all been tested. Because most of the weapons forged before were one-handed weapons, only heavy swords were sent in this batch. I'm afraid the other weapons will have to wait, and the arsenal will need more time." Clang! Stephen was wearing a captain's uniform. After hearing the words, he pulled out a two-handed greatsword. The heavy weight made his wrist sink, and he murmured, "It's not light. What's the use of buying these weapons? It seems that not many people in the city of Mordor can use them." Two-handed heavy weapons were powerful, but the requirements for using them were also very high. It required the kind of people who were born with great strength. Otherwise, they would not be able to hold it for long, and it would affect their own agility. Stephen was already a warrior who paid attention to strength training, but he was still not used to holding a two-handed greatsword. His combat strength would be reduced by at least 30%. Many pirates' fighting styles were even more extreme than his. Some even used rapiers, which were much lighter than ordinary longswords. Perhaps only a very small number of people with innate divine strength would be able to handle these two-handed heavy weapons smoothly, especially the two-handed greatsword on the side. It looked like a small door plank. It was estimated that only pirates with other bloodlines like the giant could play with it. This sword must weigh at least 50 pounds. Stephen weighed it in his hand and casually put it back. He then turned to the others and said, "Move them all back." Sir Soren personally ordered it to be placed in the innermost warehouse. Very soon, the soldiers in the back began to move. One by one, they picked up the boxes with weapons and carried them to the city of Mordor. Because it was still early, they didn't see anything nearby. However, they didn't try to hide anything. It was obvious that they were transporting weapons back. Humans rarely used heavy weapons because of their physique. On the other hand, other races such as dwarves and orcs liked such weapons very much. Dwarves didn't need to think about it. They were originally experts in forging weapons. However, orcs were too far away from the city of Mordor. No one could guess why Soren bought so many heavy weapons that his subordinates couldn't use at all. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky. Soren's figure floated in midair, looking at the struggling soul in front of him, and said slowly, "It's useless." He waved his hand gently, and a Mayhew micrometeor whizzed out. With a violent explosion, it directly tore the soul in front of him. A strange power emerged and turned into invisible light spots that merged into Soren's body. The body of the soul gradually dissipated. It had a very primitive and heterogeneous power of faith. This power was not very useful to Soren, so he could only let it dissipate naturally. "Clean up the battlefield." Soren landed gently, turned around, and looked at Knight behind him, and said in a deep voice, "Capture as many slaves as possible. The city of Mordor needs more labor." Knight immediately nodded and said, "Yes, Your Excellency." The indigenous village in front of them had been pacified. This was the first indigenous gathering place that Soren cleaned up after he was free. In the next 6 months, he would sweep all the indigenous people within 100 kilometers of the city of Mordor, completely eliminate them or force them to migrate, and lay a good foundation for the next expansion plan of Mordor. The scattered battles were still ongoing. However, there was no need for Soren to do anything. The pirate leaders were capable of doing things, and many middle-level officers were gradually trained. Capturing slaves, cleaning up the battlefield, and transporting the spoils. Everyone was busy in an orderly manner. Under Soren's iron rule, the pirate army had gradually learned order and discipline. This was their first appetizer. There were still many battles to come. In the future, except for the totem soul that would be personally dealt with by Soren, the other enemies would be dealt with by them. This was also a kind of training. The real elites grew up in killing. A soul that was not strong enough. It only provided Soren with 2 divinity points, but it didn't matter. In the future, it could also increase his power a lot. There were many divine creatures scattered in the outer islands. If he could spend a lot of time cleaning them up, it could increase his power a lot. After all, This was a hidden power that had been brewing for thousands of years. Soon, the pirate army finished cleaning everything up, and the whole village was on fire. Soren nodded to the pirate leaders under his command, and then cast a teleportation spell. His figure instantly returned to the city of Mordor. This was the convenience of being a spellcaster. Although gods also had a very powerful spellcasting ability, it was a priest's ability that consumed divine power. They were much worse than wizards in all aspects. The priest level that gods were born with could only be used as auxiliary combat power. Back to the city of Mordor, Soren began a new round of learning and training. Becoming a god was not the end of a powerful path. On the contrary, becoming a god was just the beginning. Soren needed to learn how to master the power of the gods, how to control the Church of the Gods, and how to learn various knowledge and spells of wizards. During this time, his knowledge had increased by 30 points, and he was almost done with the spells that he had left behind. At this point, the advantage of learning spells of gods was obvious. Time passed little by little. The time of the military parade in Mordor was getting closer and closer. It was said that the incarnation of the goddess of joy had appeared in the south. Anyway, no one knew whether it was true or not. They just heard that a rich city in the south held a grand celebration ceremony. This was not the key to the problem. The key was that that day was not a celebration at all, and there was no important festival. The whole city held a 3-day celebration in front of them, which was simply puzzling. If there was anything important, it was that there seemed to be traces of liches in the material plane. These liches were all academic nerds. If it was not a big deal, liches basically rarely appeared in the eyes of mortals. They were originally undead creatures with a long life to squander. Most of the time, they hid in their lairs to do academic research or to plan some terrible conspiracies. Under normal circumstances, a lich might not appear for decades or even hundreds of years. But now that liches were seen everywhere, the meaning was not simple. The more powerful the existence, the more difficult it was to move around, and the greater the restrictions. Other things aside, if a lich suddenly appeared in Mordor and said that he was here for sightseeing, Soren would not believe it, even if he was beaten to death. The most likely possibility was expulsion or a direct war. The appearance of liches made many human kingdoms nervous. The elves also set up a cordon near the forest. The undead were dangerous to any living creature, and liches were even more dangerous. Chapter 532. Flames streaked through the air. Sauron swung his flaming whip at an injured Vrock. It nimbly dodged the attack, but was still touched by the flaming whip. In an instant, a large patch of its skin was charred black, and it let out a miserable shriek. Although the flame whip was only regarded as a +1 magical weapon, its actual combat effect was comparable to a legendary weapon. As long as the creature was not completely immune to fire damage or had amazing resistance, it would be easy for it to slowly grind them to death. Sauron's advantage was his attack range. He didn't aim to kill the enemy in one hit because the battlefield was too chaotic. His main goal was to occasionally touch the enemy and be careful of his back. Not only were there enemies who might appear, but there were also allies who were in a frenzy. There was no other way. This was the nature of a demon. Sometimes, when they were in a frenzy, they would cut down anything they saw. The Vrock's injuries were getting worse and worse. When Soren slapped it on the head, the Vrock finally died with a scream. A row of data appeared in front of his eyes. Middle-ranked Vrock killed. Extracting target's demon bloodline. You've received 21 points of demon energy. Current body unable to absorb soul energy. Soul energy conversion. Received 950 slaughter EXP. Ability increased. Creature level increased to level 14. Demon bloodline activated. A mutation occurred in his own body. Flaming demon. Form gained ability. Demon domination gained ability. Fireball. Cast level increased. Burning hand. Cast level increased. It had to be said that leveling up in the Abyss was just too fast, especially in the Blood Wars. Any demon here could be a mini-boss, but here, they were just cannon fodder. The Blood Wars were the easiest place to nurture a legend, but it was also the easiest place to die. In the Blood Wars of the Abyss, leveling up was as fast as dying. There were many creatures joining the Blood Wars every day, but not many could leave alive. Across the multiverse, only the most insane mercenaries would join the Blood War. There were other demons around Sauron who were advancing. For example, after a berserk demon successfully killed an injured Hezru, its demon bloodline immediately accumulated to the limit, and it became a new Hezru in a violent change of form. Unfortunately, it was quickly killed by a demon-hunting spider because it was blocking the spider's path. The mutation speed of ordinary demons was far slower than that of Sauron. Perhaps it was because their efficiency of fusing with the demon bloodline was not high. A timid fiend might need to kill a large number of enemies to level up, but Sauron only needed about half of them. This was the power of the soul. Maybe it was because the killing power was still working on Sauron, or maybe it was because of the original soul of a god. It was hard to say exactly what it was, but Sauron's speed of advancement was indeed much faster than ordinary demons. In the bottomless abyss, demons with fast advancement represented pure enough souls. It seemed that the soul power was easier to evolve here. The purer the soul, the easier it was to transform into powerful demons and devils. Sometimes, the Demon Lord and Devil Guild directly molded pure souls into high-grade demons and devils. But if it was a poor soul, it would be destroyed in an instant. Sauron carefully avoided the high-grade demons. With his current strength, it was still difficult to deal with high-grade demons. His chances of winning were less than 50%. He didn't like to do things that he was not sure of. The gnolls and ghouls were also not in his consideration. Although these creatures also had the power of demons, they were far less powerful than real demons. Sauron had now discovered an obvious thing. That was, if he killed demons, he would get more demonic power. But if he killed other creatures in the abyss, he would get more slaughter EXP. Now, the total amount of slaughter EXP he had given to the main body was 10 to 20,000. Although each demon was only about a few hundred to 1,000 points, the number of enemies was huge. Sauron had just killed 5 or 6 demons in a row. The enemy had been defeated. Sauron was seizing the time to chase the enemy, but he couldn't chase too far ahead. It was easy to be surrounded. He only killed the enemies on the side of the battlefield. The demon bloodline had accumulated to the current level. Sauron had felt that the breakthrough was right in front of him. If he continued to break through successfully, he might be able to advance into the elite form of the flaming demon, because his creature level was about to reach level 15. As for the higher level boss form, he was afraid that he would have to suppress the mutation of his form and advance into a legendary creature in the form of the flaming demon. This wasn't worth it at all. Although the flaming demon leader had the same ability as the legendary Balrog, there was a big gap in form and talent. Advancing into the Balrog was a new starting point. Keeping the flaming demon form all the way to the boss level meant that he would continue to strengthen himself. It was not clear which advantage was more obvious. Sauron's goal was not only to become a boss-level demon, but also to become a demon lord of the bottomless abyss. In this way, the higher his starting point, the better. The enemy finally escaped. The succubus army did not pursue with full force because they also suffered a lot of casualties. After losing so many demons, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to replenish. The Taurens, who were in high spirits, clashed with the succubus army. Both sides suffered a little loss, but the loss did not increase. Under the Tauren chief's roar, many of the Taurens who were in a frenzy retreated and ran away without saying a word. The relationship between the Tauren king, Buffett, and the succubus queen, Mechanut, was not good. It was just a matter of using and cooperating with each other. Moreover, the relationship between the Tauren king and Tsang Yu was unclear. This mysterious and ancient Orbis had always been feared by the succubus queen, the Gnoll king, Yeenagu, the succubus queen, Mechanut, and the Tauren king, Buffett. Among these 3 demon lords, the succubus queen was the strongest, but her army was not enough. The succubus was a demon from the womb and was an important asset in the abyss. The army of the succubus queen mainly relied on other demons. The Gnoll king, Yinagu, was not very powerful, but he had an ancient Orbis corpse behind him. No one knew what he got from it. And because he had conquered the Ghoul king, he had the largest number of troops. After all, it was much easier to create undead. Among the army of gnolls, ghouls, and demons, the Gnoll king, Yinagu, had the most suppressive force. Finally, there was the Tauren king, Buffett. The Taurens under him had good fighting power, but the Taurens had never been a productive race. Most of the time, it was beaten by the Gnoll king, Yinagu. Today, it was a fierce counterattack. This was the distribution of forces in the nearby area. No one knew if it was a coincidence or if the other demon lords were happy to see it, but they directly gathered together and fought to the death. As for the other demon lords, the forces that participated in the bloody war were in other places. You did a good job. The succubus officer once again appeared in front of Sauron. The other party looked at Sauron's naked chest, which was engraved with a mysterious demon tattoo, as if it had a strange charm. The succubus officer crossed his legs, stuck out his tongue, licked the corner of his mouth, and said in a seductive tone, "I admire you very much. From now on, you will be in charge of this military camp. If you're interested, you can come to my tent tonight. I don't mind bringing you some wonderful pleasure." Ha! The succubus officer smiled and left. Sauron was promoted again. The nearby demons were still hostile to him, but this time it seemed to be a lot less. The reason was only because Sauron had become stronger. Chapter 533. The war in the bottomless abyss was endless. When Sauron didn't remember to count the demon army under his command the next day, he heard the news of the bloody war, but he was not surprised at all. It was as if he subconsciously felt that this was the right thing to do. This kind of attitude really made people speechless. War, war, war. Since Sauron came to the abyss, the battles he experienced had not stopped. A surprise attack on Yinagu, the king of gnolls, had just ended, and in the blink of an eye, the enemy's revenge army had arrived. It was not easy to defeat the army of Yinagu, the king of gnolls, and temporarily get a breather. In the blink of an eye, the order for the entire succubus army in the Steel Fortress to participate in the Abyss Blood War was issued. This order could not be violated at all because the Abyss Blood War was the most important battle. As long as they received the order, they must all participate. No matter how many troops they had, if they dared not participate, they would be punished. The sky was still dark. The succubus army began to gather cannon fodder on a large scale. At this time, they no longer cared about the quality. Even in newly advanced dretches were needed. Anyway, in the Abyss Blood War, there were hundreds of thousands or even millions of demons. They had just experienced a battle, and it was impossible to let them fight on the main battlefield. It was good to bring more cannon fodder to make up the numbers. This time, the order of the bloody war was personally issued by the succubus queen, Mechanut. On the first layer of the abyss, 10,000 Abyss Plain, the two daughters of the succubus queen would personally participate in the war. The glorious nun would lead a huge demon army to besiege a blood war fortress that the devils had taken away. It was said that the devils were brewing some conspiracy again, and their task was to destroy the devil's power before their conspiracy was completed. War after war broke out. No one knew when this never-ending war would end, and no one could guarantee that they could laugh until the end. Everyone's luck would run out one day. That was why the demon lords would not participate in the bloody war in person, because if they died in the bloody war, they would really die. There was no way to resurrect them. Whether it was the demon lords or the devil dukes, they rarely participated in the bloody war in person. Death in the bloody war was permanent death. No powerful existence was willing to take this risk easily. The huge and bloated army took 2 days to arrive at the battlefield. Many low-level demons fell behind on the way, but new cannon fodder was soon forcibly recruited. 1/3 of Sauron's low-level demons secretly ran away, but they were quickly replenished. Even the cruel punishment couldn't stop these low-level demons from wanting to escape from the Abyss Blood War. Fear made them want to find the slightest chance to escape. It wasn't just Sauron's demon army. It was the same for the armies of other high demons. Even a middle-grade Hezru was a little listless. It seemed that they were not as excited as they were when they started fighting Yennegu. Even these idiots who liked to go on a rampage on the battlefield were not optimistic. One could imagine how terrifying the bloody battle was. The succubus army arrived. The huge demon army gathered on a plain, and in front of them was a majestic blood battle fortress. The succubus queen, the Gnoll king, the Tauren king, the faceless lord, the undead monarch. The army of demon lords began to gather, and the number of demons suddenly reached a terrifying scale of nearly 1,000,000. But Sauron seemed to have noticed something, and this discovery made him shudder. The demons didn't bring much supplies. The total supply of the demon army was probably not even enough to guarantee the supply of 200,000 people. In other words, in the next battle, more than half of the demon army gathered here might die. It was simply heartless. Even the logistical supplies were telling Sauron how terrible the casualties would be in the next battle. The first day was very quiet, but when the second day arrived, the war broke out. The huge demon army gradually approached the blood battle fortress in front of them. In their field of vision were war machines glowing with cold light. The demons were well equipped, and there were a large number of munitions factories in the Baator Inferno. The first line of cannon fodder was the low-level undead. The second line of cannon fodder was the low-level demons. The third line of cannon fodder was the low-level demons and undead. The demon army directly put on the posture of cannon fodder in a war of attrition. They were simply sending their enemies to death, relying on their huge numbers to consume the enemy's combat strength first. Because of the two battles just now, Sauron's succubus army had suffered serious losses. So they didn't participate in the first battle, and Sauron also had the opportunity to observe the enemy. After all, this time they were dealing with the insidious and cunning demons. Many demon lords temporarily put down their hatred. The Gnoll army was on the other side of the front line. Because of the outbreak of the blood battle, they had to cooperate with the other demon lords. Sauron thought that this would be a difficult siege, but he was wrong. When the demon army gathered outside the blood battle fortress, the scene that unfolded before his eyes almost overturned his understanding of the past. The heavy steel gates of the blood battle fortress actually opened, and then he saw teams of elite demons walking out of the fortress. They were disciplined and swift, and at a speed that the demons didn't even dare to imagine. They stood in formation outside the blood battle fortress. A difference of more than 10 times. The Devil army faced the demon army that was more than 10 times their number, and they chose to fight the enemy outside the fortress in the open field, 1 against 10. What gave the demons so much confidence that they dared to give up the strong fortress in the face of more than 10 times their number and fight head-on? No wonder the demons were retreating in the blood battle. From the Baator Inferno, they were beaten all the way to their own territory. Just from the morale in front of them, the two sides were not on the same level at all. The demons had always fought against the demon army that was dozens of times their number. As long as they were not overwhelmed by the huge demon army, their morale would rise little by little. Now, 10 times the number of enemies couldn't scare them. Damn it, they actually dared to go out of the city to fight head-on in this situation. Sauron was really a little worried about the next battle. Should he find a chance to run away? With Sauron's understanding of the demons, they would never do this if they were not 70% or 80% sure of victory. The battle was about to start, but Sauron was already looking for a way out. He couldn't affect the battle at this level much, so it wasn't worth it to lose his life in the blood battle. Perhaps there were a lot of demons who had such thoughts. Chapter 534. Strict orders were given, and order was maintained. That was Sauron's first impression of the demon army. The army was the embodiment of order, and as the evil demon army, They were the embodiment of order. It could be said that if not for the endless demon army in the abyss, the Bator Inferno would definitely have the ability to attack other planes, and even the upper plane, Mountain Paradise. The demons kept advancing in the Blood War, but they also kept falling in the Blood War because the number of enemies was too large. Facing enemies that were more than 10 times their number, the demons would always make mistakes. But even so, the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus, still accumulated some power. It was an absolutely elite army of devils. He was ready to throw them into the war that would decide the fate of the Abyss and the Bator Inferno. After thousands of years of blood war, the Demon Lord knew how to transfer the elites to the rear, and Asmodeus knew this very well. So there had always been a legend that in the depths of the Bator Inferno, there was a terrifying demon army that could fight all the way to Mountain Paradise. Asmodeus rarely interfered in the blood war in the Abyss. He only let his underlings attack the Abyss, and no one knew if he had other plans. Dong, dong, dong. Facing the huge demon army, the demon army only sent out a small team of soldiers. They were very clear about the Abyss demons' attrition tactics, and they did not even use the engineering equipment on the Blood War fortress. Is that a bone demon? Sauron was not as familiar with the Bator Inferno as the Abyss, because the more orderly a place was, the stricter the rules were, and the harder it was for adventurers to find a loophole. In the Bator Inferno, there were many places with strict order. The demons did not reject outsiders from other planes, but their attitude was definitely not friendly. In the Abyss, one could wander around as long as one did not provoke some powerful demons. But in the Bator Inferno, one could not do so. The demons' conspiracy made many adventurers tremble in fear. Sauron had been to the Bator Inferno before, but he did not go deep, because the deeper the Bator Inferno went, the more dangerous it was. It was even more dangerous than entering the territory of the Demon Lord. Bone Devil. It was a type of intermediate demon with a challenge rating of 10 and above. Its innate strength, dexterity, and constitution were 21 and above. Such attributes were not very strong for a demon, because there were many demons in the Abyss who were naturally muscular. However, war was not something that could be easily influenced by one person's strength. War was a life and death battle that emphasized discipline and cooperation. A group of bone devils faced the demon army that outnumbered them by 1,000 times. Almost none of them showed fear on their faces. On the contrary, their eyes were filled with contempt. Ice wall. Ice walls rose on the battlefield. This was the innate, spell-like ability of bone devils. They liked to cut up large groups of enemies like this. The huge demon army was divided into chaotic groups, and some even started killing each other. The only ones that weren't affected were the undead cannon fodder. More and more Demon Lord preferred to use undead instead of demons. Although the low-level undead did not have high intelligence and could only accept simple orders, it was still much better than the demons rushing up in a chaotic swarm. Fear Aura. Another innate ability of bone devils was that they possessed a special aura halo. Fear Aura innate ability. Bone devils can launch a fear aura with a radius of more than 3 meters in an instant action. Any affected creature must forcibly pass a will immunity check, otherwise it will be affected by the same effect as fear, equivalent to a casting level 7. Creatures that successfully pass the immunity check will no longer be affected by the fear aura of the same bone devil within 24 hours. Other demons are immune to this aura. The immunity difficulty is affected by charm, a weakened version of fear aura. It was not as large as the Son of Fear, and the effect of fear and the difficulty of immunity were completely incomparable. However, it was more than enough to deal with these low-level demon cannon fodder. The bone devils rushed directly to the army that was thousands of times stronger. Any low-level creatures that were close to them fled in fear. Dretches were originally timid creatures. As a result, they lost any effect at all. The bone devils were completely slaughtered. Even after killing more than 10 times the number of enemies, they did not have any casualties. Flames fell from the sky. The Devil Legion seemed to want to eat all these demon cannon fodder. In Sauron's sight, The battlefield was burning with raging flames, and the figures of the demons were easily shuttling through it because most of them were immune to fire damage. However, the demons couldn't do this. Their resistance could only resist a portion of the damage and not be completely immune. Only a small number of demons and special forms like Sauron could be immune to fire. This was the most common tactic of the demons. The battlefield was turned into a sea of fire, and then all the enemies were destroyed little by little. The low-level undead were burned to death in large numbers. Most of the low-level demons had lost their morale. They trampled on each other to escape the battle, but they were ruthlessly killed by the demon warlords behind them. This was a bloody battle. The Blood War was the most terrifying Azura battlefield in the multiverse. Even the gods had to be prepared to face death here. The demons could not hold on any longer. The situation was quite unfavorable from the beginning of the battle. The Devil Legion's main forces had not yet been dispatched, and their own cannon fodder troops had already suffered heavy losses. In the end, the high-grade demons began to send more powerful cannon fodder to the battlefield. They could not sit back and watch the enemy kill all the cannon fodder. With the roar of the Hezru, a group of middle and low-grade demons were dispatched. The figures of Hezru, Vrox, Berserk demons, Hunters, and so on all appeared in the battle. Some powerful demons seemed to be unable to hold back their nature and joined the battle in advance. And at this time, the Devil Legion was still as motionless as a mountain. In the face of a new wave of attacks from the demon army, the demon elite stayed in place and did not even have the idea of supporting the Bone Demon army. Fly. Invisibility. Greater Phantom. The Bone Demons used their own spell-like abilities one after another. They used Fly to avoid many enemies, and Invisibility easily allowed them to advance and retreat freely. The Spirit of Fear still covered the battlefield. As long as it existed, all the demons with weak would be useless. However, at this time, the Devil Legion had changed. Their two wings opened towards the side door, and many middle-grade and high-grade demons flew into the sky. It seemed that they intended to expand the battlefield further. They knew the nature of demons very well. When there was enough chaos, madness would make demons kill each other, which could make it easier for the demons to deal with the enemy. The flames were not enough. The demons liked to cover the whole battlefield with fire. They would use all means to lead the advantage of the battle to their side. The fire was the most obvious advantage. As long as the demons fought in the fire, they would be hurt, but the demons would be unaffected. If the enemy withdrew from the battlefield, then with the chaotic nature of the demons, they would directly collapse and retreat. All they needed to do was to chase and kill the enemies. An undisciplined army was so pitiful. The demons knew very well that once the battle broke out, the demons could only fight to the death. If they could fight, they might be able to defeat the demons. If they could not, it would be a big defeat. If it was the latter, the Devil Legion could win precious time to breathe. A devilish flame ignited. With the actions of the high-grade demons, there seemed to be some different flames on the battlefield. The other demons did not seem to be aware of it, but Sauron, as a flaming demon, felt it very clearly. This was the Hellfire, a magical flame born in the Baator Inferno. Sometimes even low-grade demons could be burned. These flames had more terrible lethality. The casualties of the demons were increasing, but they still did not notice. The timid ones wanted to escape, and the courageous ones just rushed forward. The situation on the battlefield was getting worse and worse. But at this time, Sauron's army suddenly received an order to attack. They needed to surround the enemy from the side and try to eliminate a small group of demons. Chapter 535. The situation on the battlefield had begun to change. The flank where Sauron's army was preparing to attack had sent out new demons, but it was not a very powerful demon, but a group of chain demons. From the outside, the chain devils looked like humans, but their bodies were wrapped in spiked chains. These spiked chains were their clothes, weapons, and armor. Chain demons had special combat skills. They could control 4 chains at the same time. The effect was sometimes equivalent to a long whip, which could entangle the enemy. The challenge rating of chain demons was 6. Although their attributes were not very strong, they were still very troublesome to deal with. The Blood War Legion, led by the demons, rarely saw the lowest level of lesser demons and imps because bringing these cannon fodder would further increase the logistical pressure of their expedition to the abyss. Moreover, these souls that were not good enough might not be able to advance. Therefore, the lowest level in the Demon Legion was close to the strength of chain demons. In battles where cannon fodder was needed, they would directly use the ability of summon demons. In this way, if the cannon fodder survived, they could directly advance. Cowardly gaze. The situation of the battle was very bad from the beginning. Before the Demon Legion, led by Sauron, rushed to the enemy, many dretches had already turned and fled. As a demon that was not very powerful, the chain demon did not have the ability of fierce spirit. But it had a weakened version of timid gaze, and it still had an obvious suppressive effect on some low-level cannon fodder troops. Especially when the battlefield situation was unfavorable to the demons, and it was almost a one-sided massacre. The effect of this ability was even more astonishing. Cowardly gaze innate ability. Within a distance of 15 meters, any target that is stared at by the chain demon will undergo a test of will. The stare of the chain demon can make the target feel timid and afraid. If the stare fails, the enemy will be affected by negative statuses, such as timidity, which will affect their performance in battle and may even directly escape. The difficulty of the test is based on their own charm. A weakened innate ability. In other words, this was a weakened version of fear aura that Sauron's main body had. The fear aura that Sauron's main body had was effective on any creature, but did not cover a large area and was difficult to resist. Chained demons, on the other hand, had a limited range and was less difficult to resist. They could only be used against low-level demons. Among the innate abilities of the devils, many of them had spell-like effects that made the enemy feel fear. Many middle and high-ranked devils had a weakened version of fear aura. A single chain demon was enough to fight a large number of cannon fodder. Sauron did not have enough intermediate demons as support, and many dretches had already escaped before they even reached the enemy. The situation on the battlefield was very bad. There were raging flames everywhere. Although these flames could not hurt Sauron, they were quite effective against low-level demons. The frenzied slaughter continued. The Devil Legion didn't seem to be worried at all. They only sent out less than a third of their troops, leaving the rest as reserves, ready to face the real attack at any time. The elite troops, made up of middle-rank and high-rank demons, were the key to the victory. The battle could only rely on Sauron and the dozen or so intermediate demons that he had gathered in advance. A few days ago, the revenge of the Knoll King, Yeenagu, caused heavy losses to the Succubus Legion. Although Sauron was promoted again, in fact, the demon army he commanded did not improve much. Most of these intermediate demons were simple-minded berserk demons and Hezra demons. There was not much skill in commanding them. He could only simply order them to rush in a certain direction. Flame Whip. A scorching flame cut through the air. Chained demons were not completely immune to fire damage, and the Flame Whip itself also carried substantial physical damage. A long sword cut through the cold light. After advancing into the flame demon form, Sauron replaced the original long sword with a large sword that was close to a beheading sword. The demon form of the bottomless abyss was very different. Sauron's current form would not be punished too much if he controlled a two-handed weapon. In the future, the true form of the flame demon would be a small giant 2 or 3 meters tall. The huge beheading sword would be used as a long sword in their hands. Pucci, the head of a chained demon, was cut off. The combat power of the demons was not as terrible as imagined, but their cooperation was quite tacit. Sauron had just found a chance to kill a chained demon, and his army was almost defeated. The chained demons knew how to use their advantages and abilities to fight. They knew how to cut and surround important targets. On the other hand, The demons could only rush forward in a mess without any command at all. Killing a chained demon inadvertently attracted more enemies. It seemed that the demons intended to turn around and behead Sauron. A row of data appeared in front of him. Killed a middle-grade chained demon. Extracting the target's soul power. You've gained 32 points of soul power. You've successfully absorbed the target's soul power. Your flame demon form has been upgraded. Strange. When Sauron killed the first demon, a row of strange information appeared. He absorbed the bloodline power of the demons when he killed them. It seemed that there was no way to absorb the soul power, so Slaughter EXP would be fed back to his body. But now he seemed to be able to directly absorb the soul power of the demons after killing them. This soul power was directly used to strengthen his demonic power, and a chained demon with a challenge rating of about 5 could provide a source of power comparable to a demon with a challenge rating of about 9. Double EXP? Why was this? Was it because of the conflict between demons and demons? Or was it because of the mysterious power in the bloody war? Sauron did not know why, but at least he knew that killing demons could bring a more amazing improvement than demons. Because in front of him, an extremely lucky Dretch killed another injured chained demon under the siege of a group of berserk demons. Then it directly evolved from a Dretch to a new berserk demon. 2 levels in a row. That Dretch skipped the form of a low-grade demon and reached the standard of a middle-grade demon in one breath. Incredible. It was so easy to improve in the bloody war. It seemed that as long as a low-grade demon successfully killed any demon, it could directly advance. Plop! There was a sound of falling to the ground. The berserk demon that had just advanced suddenly split in half, and another dangerous demon appeared behind it. Barb demon, Barba demon. These demons were about 2 meters tall and weighed about 250 pounds. They were very ferocious. They were rare demons with an innate intelligence of only 6 points. But this did not mean that they were not dangerous enough. Because the weapon used by the barb demon was a machete, it could cause long-lasting purgatory wounds after hitting the enemy. At the same time, they carried toxins. Any enemy that was attacked by them could be infected with a disease that could not be treated by conventional means. Only magic could expel the disease. Finally, these things could go berserk. The barb demon had the talent ability Berserk. They could activate Berserk at least twice a day according to their own ability. This ability was similar to the Berserk state of the barbarians. In the Berserk state, the barb demon's Strength +4, Constitution +4, Will +2, and Morale +2. At the same time, it slightly reduced its own defense. This Berserk state had no sequelae. It was similar to the epic Berserk state of the legendary barbarians. The only drawback was that the increase in ability was not as good. A faint light of magic emerged. The figure of the barb demon suddenly appeared behind Sauron and swung its machete directly. Greater teleportation. The barb demon had a dangerous spell-like ability, and the effect was equivalent to greater teleportation. Now it appeared directly in front of Sauron. In this case, Sauron could no longer hide his direct strength. A raging fire appeared on his bare chest in an instant. The demon tattoo emitted a faint flame and suddenly turned into a real, flaming demon form. The demon legion wanted to behead him. Chapter 536. Devils were always very good at finding the enemy's weakness on the battlefield. Sauron was the biggest weakness of this group of devils. In their opinion, as long as they beheaded Sauron, the devil army in front of them would definitely spread out. It was because of this devil that these weak enemies could cause them casualties. No matter how suppressed the devils were, they still had the advantage in numbers. Concentrating their forces to kill an enemy would cause them a lot of casualties. Even if it was 10 times the loss in exchange for a chained devil, it was still worth it for Sauron. You want to behead me? Sauron had always been used to beheading his enemies. He did not expect to be the one being beheaded this time. He did not have the strength of his main body and could not hide in the shadows. Therefore, in the face of this situation, the first thing he did was to activate his flaming body and quickly retreat to the rear. At the same time, he pulled over the devils he summoned and controlled to resist. Barbed devils and chained devils were the main fighting force of the devil army. If the barbed devils were more complete, they would have the ability greater teleportation, which was close to that of a high-ranked devil. In the past, they used the teleportation ability to leave the battle and continue to fight after recovering from their injuries. However, the current situation was that they were using greater teleportation to split up and surround Sauron from all four directions. The devils did not believe that this devil, who seemed to be the leader, could escape in this situation. I can only fight head-on. The real test of Sauron's peak fighting skills had come. About 5 barbed devils surrounded him. The nearby devils could not be counted on as cannon fodder. It was fortunate that they could delay the chained devils and get closer. Sauron did not have the ability of his main body. If he fought in his current flaming devil form, he would definitely die if he was surrounded. This was the greatest danger of the Blood War. You could not be sure when you would become the target of the high-ranked devils, because the devils knew that once the leader was killed, the devil army would automatically collapse. Scorching flames ignited on Sauron's body. Because the entire battlefield was set ablaze by the devils, his true form of the flaming devil was not very eye-catching. This should be the most fortunate thing. Left. Sauron did not continue to retreat. Instead, he suddenly pounced on the barbed devil on the left. He flicked his wrist and lashed out with the flame whip. At the same time, he flapped the demonic wings on his back to jump higher. He crossed a distance of nearly 30 meters and slashed at the enemy in front of him. The attributes of the barbed demons were not very strong. Their greatest ability was to go berserk. Sauron had gained some advantage in size after advancing to a flaming demon. Relying on the demon wings, he could achieve instant high-speed dash. Clang! Sparks flew. Sauron slashed his sword at the barbed devil in front of him. The barbed devil brandished his long sword to parry the attack. But to his surprise, the moment his attack was parried, Sauron lashed out with the flame whip, wrapping around the barbed devil's body and locking the upper half of his arm. The flame whip was not a pure energy form. The flame whip, summoned by the fire demon, was regarded as a natural magic weapon. It was a summoning equipment with a form. One of the signature abilities of the Baelor was to use the flame whip to entangle the enemy. Poochie! Blood splattered out of the wound. Sauron would never miss such a good opportunity. He instantly waved his sword and slashed at the enemy's head. The sword form, beheading, technique broke out and chopped off the enemy's head on the spot. Be careful! A warning in the infernal language came from behind. The demons obviously found that the demon in front of them was a little different. His combat skills were quite superb, and he knew how to use tactics and advantages to deal with the enemy. He even knew how to feint and attack their weakest point. Of the 5 bar devils that were just teleported to behead, the one Sauron killed was the weakest. A hole appeared in the encirclement. Sauron jumped up and wanted to break out, but at this moment, a chained devil suddenly rushed over. Accompanied by flying cold chains, it directly wrapped around his arm. Damn it! Sauron roared and slashed down with his sword. Sparks flew in front of his eyes, but the +1 rare weapon in his hand could not cut it. Weapon, 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 weapon. As a profession that valued close combat, Sauron once again tasted the pain of not having a suitable weapon. The long sword in his hand could not cut the chains of the chained devil. If only he had icing death in his hands. Without giving Sauron a chance to think, the barbed devils behind him were getting closer and closer. In desperation, Sauron could only rush back to the chained devil in front of him. A flaming whip lashed out fiercely. Flames roared. Seeing that the barbed devils were getting closer and closer, Sauron's peak combat skills completely broke out. The flame whip attacked from an extremely tricky angle, and at the same time, he waved his long sword and used the sword form, spinning strike technique. Poochie! Plop! A bloody wound appeared on Sauron's back. The nearest barbed devil directly slashed his back with its sword, and even the white bones could be seen after the flesh was cut open. However, in front of Sauron, the chain devil that entangled him was instantly killed. In the face of Sauron's sudden attack, it could not even withstand a round of attacks. After all, Sauron's challenge rating had exceeded level 10, and he was close to the elite form of Flaming Devil. A row of data appeared in front of him. Intermediate chain devil killed. Extracting targets, soul power. You've obtained 36 points of soul power. You've successfully absorbed targets, soul power. Your Flaming Devil form has been upgraded. Unknown mutation. Your soul power has undergone an unknown mutation. Part of your ability has undergone a fusion mutation. Unknown power triggered. Your body has undergone a fusion mutation. You've learned the special ability, Cowardly Gaze. Unknown mutation. Main body soul power has been transferred. The special ability, Cowardly Gaze, you've learned is transformed into Fear Gaze. In an instant, a trace of blood-red light appeared in Sauron's eyes. Under his sudden burst of terrifying gaze, the barbed devils that were approaching behind him suddenly stopped. Sauron's gaze was so terrifying that it was as if they were facing a powerful archdemon or even some terrifying evil god. The blade of the sword flashed a cold light. Sauron flapped his injured demonic wings and flew over. Seizing the moment when the enemies were frightened by the fear gaze, he once again beheaded a barbed devil that was close to him. At this time, the demons in front of him woke up one by one. 1 against 3. The situation was still very unfavorable for Sauron. The wound on his back was still bleeding, but the powerful recovery ability of the demons was also in effect. He had less than 30% chance of winning against 3 barbed devils, but if he could defeat them one by one, with the help of Fear Gaze, he was very likely to wipe them out. The power of the demons seemed to have triggered the soul power of the main body. The innate ability of the chained devil, Cowardly Gaze, caused Sauron's ability to be upgraded for some unknown reason, directly inheriting the power of the main body, Fear Gaze. In this way, he really had some confidence in reversing the situation of being hunted down and beheaded. Chapter 537. Summon Demon. Now, even an idiot could tell that the flaming demon in front of them was not the same as the demons in their past memories. Facing Sauron, who was showing signs of advancing, the barbed demon did not hesitate to send out 2 people to contain him, while the other was ready to use the ability to summon demons. The barbed demon could summon some low-grade demons as fighters, and there was also a 50% chance of summoning another barbed demon. As long as they could summon a chained demon or a barbed demon to entangle Sauron, then the advantage would return to their side. Fear Gaze. Sauron glanced at the other party, and the summoning ritual that the barbed demon was performing was suddenly interrupted. It even spat out a mouthful of blood. Very strange. Sauron's Fear Gaze seemed to have inherited some of the effects of the main body, and the difficulty of immunity was extremely high, at least the difficulty of legendary level immunity. When the barbed demons touched his eyes, their expressions were as if they had seen a terrible, evil god. Sauron was extremely suspicious that this was related to the divine power of his main body. Although this avatar was in the form of a demon, part of the soul power came from the origin of the gods. Even if it did not inherit much divine power from the main body, it looked like an evil god. This was a connection on the level of the soul. Even Sauron could not figure it out now, and it would be difficult for other gods and demon lords to figure it out. Because for the gods, the soul was also a very mysterious thing. The soul was the most important currency, resource, and power of the gods. Even many gods did not dare to touch the water of the Styx easily. Perhaps only by mastering part of the death clergy could it be possible to touch on the most mysterious knowledge of the multiverse. The barbed demons did not dare to look into Sauron's eyes. No demon in front of them dared to look directly into Sauron's eyes. They even felt that Sauron's eyes were more oppressive than some Duke demons. In this way, their strength in battle was severely affected. Dang, dang, dang. In such a situation, Sauron naturally wouldn't give up so easily. He flapped his demonic wings and moved at high speed, using the airflow to speed up his flight. From time to time, he would let the enemy meet his gaze. Then, the barbed devil in front of him would show a horrified expression. Whether it was its attack speed or strength, it was obviously much weaker. Sometimes, it would even be in a temporary state of rigidity. Pucci. Another devil fell to Sauron's sword. The more Sauron fought, the braver he became. On the other hand, the demons in front of him were somewhat restrained. They even had the intention to escape. He couldn't let them escape. How could Sauron allow the power of the soul to slip away? Killing demons in the Blood War would give him double the power of a demon. This would help him quickly gain a foothold in the abyss. He did not know if he would be so lucky in the next Blood War, or if he would encounter a stronger demon. So now that there was an opportunity to kill an enemy, he could not miss it. The increase in strength from killing evil devils was simply too fast. It seemed that in the rules of the Blood War, there was a huge power from the abyss that helped the demons absorb the souls of the demons. It was as if they had the power of the slaughter divine domain. Another barbed devil fell. The flames on Sauron's body became more and more vigorous. His bones made a slight sound. He was very close to evolving into the elite form of the flaming devil. Based on the current situation, as long as the creature reached level 15, it was almost time to evolve. Bang! Not far away, there was the sound of a heavy object being sent flying. A Hezru fell into the flames, and then there was a shrill scream. A tall bone devil directly nailed it to death in the flames with a sharp sword. The flames burned around it, but it was not affected at all. After the bone devil killed a Hezru, it glanced around and quickly found Sauron's figure, as well as the corpses of the barbed devils that fell around him. This was a bone devil more than 3 meters tall. It should weigh more than 500 pounds. The weapon it used was a two-handed sword stained with demon blood. There were almost no wounds on the bone devil's body, which meant that it had not been hurt from the beginning to the end. The bone devil was also known as the Othello devil, which was the backbone of the Devil Legion. The one in front of him obviously belonged to the rank because it had a strange dark red armor on its body. This was the steel forging process from the Baator Inferno. The Baator Inferno had a large number of munitions factories. The core combat power of the Devil Legion was all well-equipped, which was a far cry from the messy equipment of the demons. Flaming Devil. A cruel smile appeared in the eyes of the Bone Devil, and it rushed towards Sauron in an instant. As the basic form of the Baelor, the Flaming Devil was also relatively rare among the demons. It was obviously more interesting to be able to kill such an enemy than to kill those boring middle-grade demons. Greater teleportation. The Bone Devil was a very terrible enemy. The biggest difference from other middle-grade and low-grade demons was that the Bone Devil had a cheat-like talent ability, cast at will. Greater teleportation. Yes, you didn't read it wrong. It was really cast at will. Unlike other demons, the number of times the Bone Devil could use greater teleportation in a day was based on its own energy. As long as it had energy, it could keep using greater teleportation. In addition, it had other spell-like abilities, including Ice Wall, Dimensional Anchor, Flight, Invisibility, and so on. The enemy appeared in an instant. Facing the Bone Devil that had a straight-up challenge level, Sauron could not help but feel nervous. His muscles were tense, and he was ready to fight at any time. Fortunately, he also knew a lot about the demons. The Bone Devil's sudden approach with the help of greater teleportation was completely within his expectations. Sauron flapped his demonic wings and moved half a meter horizontally, avoiding the attack quite easily. It seemed that because of the pair of demonic wings, he could do more dodging actions. Aura of Fear. A frightening cold breath spread. Facing Sauron, the Bone Devil in front of him did not hesitate to use its talent ability. A row of data appeared in front of Sauron's eyes. Attacked by Bone Devil. You are affected by the enemy's talent ability Aura of Fear. Trigger Test of Will. Test of Will passed. You completely ignored the effect of the opponent's Aura of Fear. It was completely ineffective. It seemed that Sauron, who had inherited the soul power of the main body, was also quite amazing in terms of will. The Bone Devil's aura of fear had no effect at all. This kind of talent ability that greatly interfered with other demons, Sauron now completely ignored it. The flame whip cut through the air. Sauron and the Bone Devil carried out the first round of tentative fighting. The strength gap between the two sides was not too big. Sauron's current challenge level was about level 10, and the Bone Devil's challenge level should be about level 12. In terms of attributes, the Bone Devil had the advantage, but Sauron was also immune to fire damage and did not have to worry about the terrain. Because at this moment, the battlefield had turned into a sea of fire. Hee. The Bone Devil looked at Sauron with eyes full of hatred. It hated other creatures, especially demons that fought all year round. It slowly said, "What an interesting fire demon. This way you can't be allowed to grow." Demons couldn't be allowed to grow stronger. In the Abyss Blood War, any potential demon seed should be strangled in the cradle. The devils had always been committed to killing those demons who performed well in the Blood War. They beheaded, sniped, assassinated, and so on. It was almost unimaginable. There were not many demons near Sauron. They were either burned to death by the raging fire or had been defeated to the rear. The main army of the demon army still did not move. It was not known whether the higher demons in command were in conflict or waiting for a more suitable time. In name, the highest commander was the Radiant's Nun, but the commanders of other demon lords might not listen to her orders. There was no support and no cannon fodder. Sauron seemed to want to fight the Bone Devil in front of him, who was stronger and better equipped. What made him most afraid of the other party was the greater teleportation that could be cast at will, so Sauron actually counterattacked in this situation and closed the distance with the enemy in front of him to fight hand-to-hand. Now he was fighting with his long-term accumulation. This demon incarnation did not have enough trump cards to turn the tables. He could only rely on combat skills and vitality to fight with the other party to see who could not hold on first. Chapter 538. Clang, clang, plop. Traces of blood overflowed from Sauron's naked chest. The blood seemed to make the fire on his body more violent, as if adding oil to the fire. There was a trace of horror on Bone's face, and there was a wound on his abdomen. In a situation where it had an obvious advantage in all aspects, it actually lost to the opponent in combat skills, and its injuries were obviously more serious. It did not know what kind of person the demon in front of it was when it was alive to be able to inherit such powerful combat skills. Perhaps it was a profession close to legendary when it was alive. In this case, it was even more impossible to let him grow. If a mortal soul fell into the abyss after death, it was still possible to inherit some memories and combat skills. For example, when a high-grade warrior's soul fell into the abyss after death, he could use the weapon he was best at in his previous life or some combat skills. It was possible to awaken part of his memory and restore some combat instincts accumulated when he was alive. Sauron in front of Bone was undoubtedly such an existence. This kind of demon was too easy to grow. If it did not kill him now, he might become a legendary Balrog in the future. The Devil Legion was already at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers. If there were too many demons like Sauron, then the pace of attacking the abyss would definitely be hindered. The devils would never let an enemy with potential grow stronger. It wanted to kill Sauron in front of it. For this, it was even ready to gamble with its life. If it succeeded, maybe the enemy's soul would bring it new powerful strength. Clang, clang, clang. The flame whips swept through the air. Sauron and Bone were fighting with their lives at this moment. They were ready to kill the enemy in front of them. Both of their injuries were getting worse, and the balance of victory and defeat seemed to be 50-50. Woo, woo, woo. A bleak horn sounded. When Sauron and Bone were almost engaged in a fierce battle, the main army of the Devil Legion finally moved. The high-grade succubus flew into the sky, the six-armed snake demon with 6 long swords swooped down at the same time. The Soul Sentinel's figure covered the left and right, and the Glabrizu's giant body began to move toward the center of the battlefield. But the most eye-catching thing was not these. With the light of spells, 7 or 8 Baylor figures appeared on the battlefield full of fire. One of the Baylor was so eye-catching. It did not hold a flame whip or a beheading sword, but a huge death scythe. The pitch-black blade was burning with a raging fire, but it was not a fiery red color. Instead, it was a kind of demonic black flame. It was a kind of flame that seemed to burn the soul. Poochie! With a splash of blood, the Baylor instantly split a bone demon in half. Ha 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 ha! Shrill laughter. This Baylor rampaged within the Devil Legion, relying on its innate ability to teleport to avoid the enemy's sniping. This was a Baylor with a creature level above 25. It might be more powerful than the one Sauron's original body had dealt with. The most frightening thing was the weapon it held. It had the breath of the underworld, like the water of the Styx, which made demons and devils not dare to approach it easily. The material plane was connected to the shadow plane, and the shadow plane was close to the spiritual world. The spiritual world was closest to the Death Kingdom, underworld. That was the territory of the Death God. The water of the Styx that flowed in the bottomless abyss and the Bator Inferno came from the underworld. The Death God was responsible for maintaining the operation of the multiverse. Sometimes the ferryman of the Styx would decide where a soul should go. Was it the kingdom of the gods or the evil abyss of hell? This Baylor was holding a weapon from the underworld. It was a terrifying weapon filled with the power of death. This weapon could even threaten some weak gods. No one dared to take its attack head-on. Even the high-grade demons could avoid this terrifying scythe of death. At this moment, this Baylor was just like Sauron when he held the Holy Avenger and defeated a troop of the Devil Legion with an overwhelming advantage. The real battle had begun. The high-grade demons were the ones who decided the outcome of the Abyss Blood War. They were the backbone of the bottomless abyss. Blood was flowing. Sauron was now seriously injured. Fortunately, he was at the edge of the battlefield. Now the whole bloody battle was focused on the center. The Baylor's sudden attack caused the Devil Legion to suffer heavy losses. The 6-armed snake demons were all killing machines when they approached. The Soul Judgment demons were on the left and right. The Glabrizu's huge body that was as heavy as 5,000 pounds was amazing. When the real main force of the demons appeared, the battle was not so easy for the devils. Boom, boom, boom. The dull war drums sounded. The Taurens in full armor also joined the battle. Some huge meatballs appeared from the side of the battlefield. They floated in the air and shot out deadly rays of light. Beholder, the entire Abyss Blood War was in an uproar. What did the devils do this time? Why did the great matriarch of the Eye Demons, the demon lord of the 6th layer of the bottomless abyss, 10,000 Eyes Abyss, and the supreme ruler of the Eye Demons, send an army to join the bloody battle? Something very serious must have happened. Now, even the confused devils understood that a demon lord who rarely interfered in the Abyss Blood War suddenly sent an army to join the battle. Something terrible must have happened behind the scenes. Even the great matriarch of the Eye Demons felt threatened by the devil's conspiracy and joined the battle. Something big must have happened to the bottomless abyss. Countless rays of light shot out. The Eye Demon army appeared from the teleportation circle. The leader was the terrifying Elder Zai. Apart from that, there were also a large number of Eye Demons, Gauss Eye Demons, Abyss Eyes, and even Eye Demon Observer. The battle became more intense. Facing such a situation, the Devil Legion stood motionless outside the city gate, as if their iron-blooded discipline had seeped into the depths of their souls. The Devil Legion had suffered heavy losses, and the elites of the Devil Legion had also joined the battle. Horned demons, ice demons, lustful demons, fallen angels, and Bartholomew. The senior demons used their teleportation abilities to support the battle and forcefully resisted the Devil Legion's attack. The Devil Legion's casualties were increasing. This battle of attrition was disadvantageous for them, but they didn't seem to have the intention to retreat at all, as though a conspiracy was brewing. Plop! Sauron's injuries worsened, but the Bone Demon wasn't any better. Facing such a crazy battle style, the Bone Demon revealed a trace of fear in its eyes because it felt that if this continued, the enemies might perish together with it. This wasn't worth it. As a demon, it wasn't as crazy as the devils. Besides, it believed that if it was possible, the enemies before it would perish together with it. That was why it wavered. It wanted to retreat to the rear to heal its injuries because it wasn't willing to perish together with a flame demon. But just as it was about to retreat with its teleportation ability, something unexpected happened. The severely injured flaming demon in front of it suddenly burst with power and charged at it again. The flaming demon waved its flaming whip and wrapped around the flaming demon. Then, the flaming demon waved its sword and slashed at the flaming demon's head. The battle ended. Sauron gasped for breath and blood flowed out of his mouth. The flames on his body were a little dim, as if he had exhausted all his strength. However, when he killed the bone demon in front of him, a little bit of soul power that was invisible to the naked eye entered his body, and Sauron's body instantly reignited with a raging fire. A row of data appeared before his eyes. Killed bone demon. Extracting target's spiritual energy. You've received 108 points of spiritual energy. You've successfully absorbed target's spiritual energy. Your flame demon form has been upgraded. Creature level increased. Your current creature level is level 15. Form upgrade. You've evolved into the elite form of Flame Demon. Automatically learned a new ability, Bind. Spell-like ability, Fireball, has been upgraded. Current usage is 3 times per day. Dominate Demon ability has been upgraded. Summon Demon ability has been upgraded. Unknown mutation. Your spiritual energy has undergone an unknown mutation. Some abilities have undergone a fusion mutation. Unknown power triggered. Fusion mutation has occurred. Unknown mutation. Main body's spiritual energy has been imported. You've learned a new ability, Fear Aura. With a crackling sound, Sauron's body further changed. The demon horns became thicker and stronger, and the demon wings seemed to have grown further. His body gradually transformed into a large creature like the flame demon. The number of demon tattoos on his body increased, and the range of flames expanded. His attributes were improved, and his vitality seemed to have become more amazing. Of course, the most obvious change was that there was an invisible energy around Sauron's body. The power of fear. The fear aura that the bone demon possessed seemed to have been integrated by him for some reason and became his own innate ability. Fear aura, innate ability. Any enemy within 5 meters of you must undergo a compulsory test of will. If they can't pass the test, the enemy will be affected by an effect similar to fear. The casting level of this type of magic ability is equivalent to your creature level, current level, 15. This ability cannot be upgraded through conventional means. Fear Aura. Even Sauron was very surprised that he had automatically learned the ability of Fear Aura, and it seemed to be more powerful than the Bone Demon. Incredible. It seemed that he could get more obvious improvement in power in bloody battles. Chapter 539. Sauron was seriously injured. Even if he had evolved into the elite form of the Flaming Demon, only a small part of his injuries had healed. It was quite dangerous to challenge a more powerful enemy. Sauron's original body could do it because he had enough abilities, good equipment, and other means to turn the tables. But now the new demon incarnation didn't have so many trump cards, and the abilities were basically not trained. Needless to say, the only advantage was the inherited combat skills. At the most critical moment, Sauron was even almost beaten into a near-death state by the Bone Demon. But fortunately, he survived. After killing an officer-level Bone Demon, Sauron's ability improved greatly. The Flame Demon's entanglement ability was a very useful combat skill that could directly trap some enemies with insufficient strength. Sauron's first few battles were with the help of the Flame Whip. If he evolved into a Baelor in the future, he could directly strangle some weak enemies. For now, the important abilities Sauron still lacked from becoming a Baelor were proficiency in dual-wielding, telekinesis, instant ability, powerful cleave, fierce attack, proficiency in attacking first, and so on. These abilities would probably have to wait until he evolved into the Flame Demon form before he could try to master them. Entanglement, special ability. The +1 Flame Whip of the Flaming Demon can entangle the opponent like a net attack. The Flame Whip has 20 HP and doesn't need to be folded. Once the whip hits the target must go through a strength test with itself. If you win, you can pull the target to your body full of flames. The entangled target will be temporarily restrained, and enemies whose physique and strength are crushed will trigger an additional test of death. The elite form of the Flaming Demon inadvertently had a part of the power of the Flame Demon. Although the ability to entangle was very useful, what Sauron wanted the most was not this, but the greater teleportation that could only be mastered by middle to high-grade demons. This was the real core ability. If he could comprehend the greater teleportation, Sauron could cut in and leave the battlefield at any time, whether it was healing, killing, or retreating. It would be quite convenient. From the looks of it, he seemed to be a little short of accumulation. Note, most high-level demons and devils have the ability to teleport. After evolving into his elite form, Sauron's basic attributes and HP had been strengthened. His height had also grown close to 5 meters, making him look like a small giant. Once he evolved into his Flame Demon form, Sauron's height would reach over 3 meters. At the same time, he would be able to suppress medium-sized enemies in all aspects. This body type was not suitable for delicate combat, but if it was a technique like the sword form, beheading, then the power would become quite huge. Sauron needed some time to get used to his combat abilities. Every time his body size changed, there would be a period of time for him to adapt. Therefore, he quickly retreated. When Sauron retreated from the battlefield, he found that the center of the battlefield had become a mess. There were 2 places that attracted the most attention. One was the Eyed Devil army that rarely appeared in bloody battles, and the other was a Baelor with a death scythe. What a powerful weapon! A very, very powerful weapon. Without even activating his perception, Sauron could feel the powerful force contained in the Grim Reaper's scythe burning with black flames. He was not sure if it was a divine artifact, but he was sure that its real power would not be weaker than a divine artifact. This kind of weapon from the underworld rarely fell into the abyss, and it seemed to be a weapon specially prepared for the Baelor after modification. The demon warlord did not stop Sauron from retreating. In fact, there were not many living demons on his side of the battlefield. At this time, he had a little time to heal himself, and at the same time, he retreated to the rear of the army and checked his attributes after his evolution. Name, Sauron. Race, demon. Form, Flame Demon, grade 4. Elite, large creature, level. Creature level 15. Attributes, Strength 25, Agility 20, Constitution 22, Intelligence 16, Wisdom 18, Charm 20. Alignment, Lawful Evil. Note, other demons will be slightly hostile to your actions. HP, 31235. Demonic Power, 03000. Skills, Sneak 125, Deception 75, Negotiation 85, Literacy 100, Intimidation 210, Spell Identification 90, Use Magic Device 90, Listen 85, Detect 85, Search 70. Abilities, Flame Body, Flame Whip, Entanglement, Demon Claws, +1 Natural Magic Weapon, Demon Skin, Damage Reduction +10, Demon Resistance, all resistances +10. Abilities, Multi-Attack, Weapon Mastery, Long Sword, Exotic Weapon Mastery, Long Whip. Spell-like abilities, Fear, Fireball, 3 times a day, Dominate demon, once a day. Burning hand, summon demon, telepathy. His attributes had been further improved because of the change in form. Sauron had now changed from medium creature to large creature. The most obvious change was not the various basic attributes that had been increased, but one of Sauron's abilities. His intimidation had suddenly skyrocketed to 210 points, which was almost comparable to the intimidation ability of the main body. It was incredible. Sauron himself did not know why intimidation suddenly increased so much. Could it be that his current appearance was very scary? Sauron did not have a mirror around him, so he could not see his current appearance. However, when he reached out and touched it, it seemed that the changes were not very big. He still looked like a hybrid between a half-elf and a demon, like a purgatory demon hybrid. Other than his sharp ears and dark red skin, there were no obvious changes in his appearance. The outline of his face was still more humanoid, unlike the other demons with green faces and fangs that bared their fangs and brandished their claws. It was just that his body size had increased from 1 to 1.5, and his muscles were full of explosive pressure. Seems like it will be much easier to lead demons in the future. In an extremely chaotic place like the bottomless abyss, negotiation was definitely not as useful as intimidation and deception. As long as his intimidation ability was high enough, it would be much easier to control other demons. This might be the bonus of the elite template. Elite monsters were originally small bosses. As Sauron retreated to the rear, the nearby demons opened up a path for him. Even the Hezru, who was hostile to him, did not dare to look straight into Sauron's eyes. There was even a trace of reverence on their faces when they approached him. As for the other low-level demons, if they were not careful and were stared at by Sauron, they would tremble in fear. Even if they were not the low-level demons under Sauron's command, he seemed to be able to command them now. As for the specific changes, he would have to slowly figure it out in the future. The demon army's casualties were increasing. The scales of victory seemed to be tilted to the demon army's side. The six-armed snake demons tore apart the demon army's formation, and some had even rushed to the rear. The Baelor's figure constantly disappeared and reappeared. Every time it appeared, it would take the life of a demon. The Eye Demon army was the most terrifying long-range force. The omnipresent rays made it impossible for the demons to get close. Most of the demons at the rear were closing in. A large number of middle-level demons acted as the core and crushed the demon army. As long as there were loopholes in the demons' formation, the huge number of demons could drown them. But the uneasiness in Sauron's heart grew stronger. For the past 1,000 years, the demons had always lost more than they won. Such a situation made him feel strange everywhere. There were too few centaurs, and the core troops of the Baelor's demons were nowhere to be seen. Although there were many middle-level and high-level demons, the true elites did not seem to be here. There were also no signs of the Hell Demon generals and the top-notch blood armies that they led. There must be other battles breaking out. Either the demons were hiding some conspiracy, or their true goal was somewhere else. Roar. A deep roar sounded from the distant horizon. Roar, 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 roar. The roar was so familiar to Sauron that he couldn't help but feel goosebumps all over his body. He retreated almost instantly without turning back. Dragons, dragons, many, many dragons. Some dragons appeared in the distant sky. Red dragons, white dragons, green dragons, blue dragons, and black dragons. The 5-color dragons of the evil alignment seemed to have all appeared at this moment. Adult dragons appeared on the edge of the battlefield, flew from the back of the Blood Fortress, and then swooped down toward the demon army. A terrible dragon's breath covered the battlefield. It was like the most ruthless slaughter, crushing the demon army's attack in an instant. The Baelor, who was advancing triumphantly at the beginning, almost turned around and ran as soon as he saw the situation was not right. The 6-armed snake demon was heavily surrounded, and the Soul Judgment demon and the Glabrizu were also retreating quickly. The demon's conspiracy. They actually invited the 5-color dragons as helpers. At least 20 adult dragons appeared in front of them. This kind of terrible combat power could completely determine the outcome of a bloody battle. Mother of evil dragons, Tiamat, the god that the five-colored dragons served, the five-headed dragon with lesser divine power. Its strength was as high as 49 points. It was a powerful evil god that lived in the Bator Inferno. Mother of evil dragons itself was a terrible five-headed dragon, and it had the power of a god. For a long time, the number of times that she could be persuaded to participate in the bloody battle could be counted on one hand, and the situation in front of them was obviously her doing. Because other than the mother of evil dragons, Sauron really couldn't think of anyone else who could control the red dragons, green dragons, blue dragons, black dragons, and white dragons at the same time. The five-colored dragons were not united internally. There was only one person who could make them fight together, and that was the mother of evil dragons, Tiamat. The outcome of the battlefield was already decided. Unless a demon lord appeared, or a god incarnation appeared, it was impossible for the demons to defeat so many adult dragons. Sauron was retreating quickly. However, after seeing so many five-colored dragons, he didn't have much fear in his mind. Instead, he felt very regretful. He murmured, "All the five-colored dragons are here. If my original body was on the battlefield, I can probably complete the Dragon Slayer with the help of my divine power. What a pity." Chapter 540. Dragons rarely participated in the Abyss Blood War. Because the Abyss Blood War was a competition of population, and the population of dragons happened to be the smallest. The devils must have paid a huge price to invite the mother of evil dragons, Tiamat, to fight for so many dragons. Before the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, almost no adventurers could go deep into the abyss, so Sauron did not remember what happened. But after the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, the scale of the Abyss Blood War decreased a lot. Because the Avatar crisis weakened the barrier of the plane, it was easier for demons and devils to go to other worlds. There were other worlds to conquer, which naturally reduced the conflict of the Blood War. This should be the last wave of large-scale Blood War, and then there would be a 2-year period of relaxation. The attention of the Abyss and the Bator Inferno would be transferred to other planes. Finally, in fact, according to the normal historical trend, the Abyss was eventually overthrown by the Bator Inferno. The reason was simple. Order and chaos were opposite. Since the birth of civilization, the first generation of demons had been beating the ancient gods of order, and then the second generation of demons, Orbis, continued to beat the new gods of order. Finally, when the third generation of demons, Tanar'ri, appeared, the power of order finally became strong with the birth of civilization. Especially the fall and rise of the Lord of Hell. Asmodeus, he single-handedly provoked the war between order and chaos. Neither order nor chaos could be eliminated, and one could only suppress the other. The first generation of demons was born from the source of chaos, and they inherited the most powerful power. Although the second generation of Orbis was born weaker, they were similar to the Burning Legion. Their chaotic nature did not destroy themselves, but instead, they concentrated their hatred on the power of order and even fought all the way to Mountain Paradise. Before the birth of the ancient civilization, the main battlefield of the demons had always been in the upper plane. It was not the first time that they attacked Mountain Paradise and the Temple of Order. Many of the ancient gods' corpses floating in the astral world were the achievements of the first and second generation of demons. The gods are beginning to be afraid of death. Because of fear, they created the original ancient angel, which was the predecessor of the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus. As for the third generation of Tanar'ri demons, they were demons that evolved from flesh and blood. They had the most terrifying and largest number. The changes in the rules of the bottomless abyss led to an endless stream of souls that could give birth to demons, and the number was growing larger and larger. In the beginning, Demon Orbis, who only wanted to create a batch of slaves, was actually defeated by these creatures. The second-generation demons were overwhelmed by a huge number of Tana demons. The rules of the Abyss were reshuffled, and the bloody war changed the battlefield. The Tana demons rose in the bottomless abyss, and the second generation of demons, the Orbis demons, retreated from the stage of history. The essence of chaos began to move towards an even crazier realm. The infighting continued, and the internal strife continued. Countless souls had countless possibilities. The existence of the Tana demons may never be united because they were demons evolved from the power of the body by the Orbis demons. The terrible number of Tana demons had divided the power of the origin of chaos, and the will of the bottomless abyss had become chaotic. Hundreds of millions of souls were constantly reincarnating and evolving, and the huge power of the bottomless abyss was divided among these countless souls. The number of the first-generation demons was only a few 100,000. They killed many ancient gods of order, and the corpses of the ancient gods were still floating in the astral world. The number of the second-generation Orbis demons might be tens of millions. They had once fought their way to mountain paradise and made the gods of order very embarrassed. The number of the third-generation Tana demons was billions, tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. The bottomless abyss had many unexplored planes and spaces. These places also had reincarnation of souls. Just the 666 floors of the abyss that were currently known had a population of tens of billions of demons. The Tana demons also wanted to attack the multiverse, but as soon as they went out, they were beaten back to the bottomless abyss by the Wind Elemental Army. The huge population and chaotic nature had completely led the bottomless abyss to an unpredictable future. It was a completely different concept for a million demons to share the power, and for this power to be concentrated on a single demon. The fragile souls from other planes did not have enough potential at all. They were useless except for completing the evolution and reincarnation of the bottomless abyss. The meaning of life was to spend time killing and killing each other. Only a small number of excellent souls could grow up to be the demon lords of the bottomless abyss and establish the rules they wanted in a territory. Time passed. The Nether River changed from a small stream to a huge river that ran through the bottomless abyss and the Bator Inferno. Countless souls were transported to these two lower planes. No one knew what kind of secrets were hidden behind the fall of the Orbis demons and the rise of the Tana demons. But the rest of the multiverse undoubtedly ushered in a precious and long-lasting peace. The Rise of the Tana demons and the Evolution of the Nether River, Volume 12, Chapter 6. There was no way to calculate how many demons there were. Just in the bloody battlefield of the bottomless abyss, the number of demons had always been dozens of times that of the Devil Legion. In other plane battlefields, such as the Grey Wilderness, the Azura Field, the Scorched Hell, and so on, there was still a large number of demons reincarnating in these places close to the lower planes. It was once said that the number of demons could account for more than 1/5 of the total population of the multiverse. No one could calculate whether this was the case or not, because this population also included goblins, kobolds, and other monsters that were born like weeds every year. Now, the massive demon army had collapsed. The emergence of the dragon army crushed the demons' courage to continue fighting. Under the terrifying dragon breath, the low-level demons collapsed to the ground in droves. Under the joint dragon breath of dozens of five-colored dragons, a 10-kilometer-long corridor of death was instantly cleared out on the battlefield. Not only that, but they also turned around and used their dragon breath to sweep in from other directions. The Eye Demon army retreated quietly. These cunning demons were ready to escape as soon as they realized that the situation wasn't right. Many Baylor demons had left the battlefield, and most of the six-armed snake demons were left behind. They were heavily surrounded by the Devil Legion, and it seemed like their chances of survival were very low. Sauron was retreating. The situation on the battlefield had turned upside down. There was no meaning in staying behind. Roar! Dull dragon roars could be heard. After 3 waves of dragon breath, the dragon legion began to disperse and eliminate the enemies in the sky. Not many demons could fight with dragons in the sky. The difference in size between the two sides was enough to crush them. Plop! In front of Sauron, there was a cloud of dust. A seductive figure fell directly from the sky and smashed a pit in the ground. The dragon was approaching. A white arm stretched out from the pit in front of Sauron, and then a superior succubus covered in blood got up. She had terrible scars left by the dragon claws. The demonic wings behind her seemed to have been broken, and she had completely lost the ability to fly. Facing an adult blue dragon in the distance, a trace of fear appeared on the charming face of the superior succubus. But when her eyes fell on Sauron next to her, a glimmer of hope of survival suddenly appeared in her dreamy eyes. Superior charm. The superior succubus in front of him had a seductive smile on her mouth. She said to Sauron with a magnetic voice, "Protect me. Go and block the dragon behind me." The firebird had arrived, and the figure of the adult dragon was getting closer and closer. A trace of panic appeared on the charming face of the superior succubus, and she almost immediately turned around and ran toward the rear. There was still a chance. As long as the cannon fodder in front of her could block the dragon for a while, she could safely leave the battlefield. The most important thing now was to get away. Poochie! Blood splattered out of the wound. The exquisite body of the superior succubus suddenly stiffened. She looked down at her chest, and a long sword with burning flames pierced through her heart. When she turned her head and looked behind her, Sauron's eyes, which were blurred at first, were already clear. Everything just now was a disguise. When the superior succubus thought that he was under charm and was ready to block the dragon behind her, Sauron directly pierced her heart. "I'm not cannon fodder." Sauron slowly pulled out his long sword and looked coldly at the body of the superior succubus on the ground. He said lightly, "Besides, I hate it when people use charm on me." Just a moment ago, a data prompt appeared in front of Sauron's eyes. When he realized that the superior succubus was using charm on him, Sauron did not hesitate to pretend that he was charmed by the other party. Then, when the other party turned around and wanted to leave him to block the dragon to die, Sauron mercilessly stabbed the other party's heart. The nature of a demon was not much better than that of a devil. The moment the superior succubus used charm on him, Sauron had the idea of killing her. Without the slightest pause, Sauron quickly retreated to the other side. He had just killed a superior succubus, and it seemed to be an officer-level superior succubus. If he returned to the succubus army now, he might be in trouble. To the succubus army, Sauron's life was definitely not as valuable as the superior succubus. Originally, the succubus queen, Mechanut, was a very protective person. The officer-level succubus often sent other demons to their deaths. It was better for him to take advantage of the situation and become a wandering demon. Anyway, with his current strength, it was enough to explore the bottomless abyss. The Blood War was too dangerous. This kind of quasi-legendary level succubus died, just like that. It was better for him to avoid it for the time being, because the scale of the Blood War might escalate. Chapter 541. Outer Islands, Mordor City. Sorin slowly walked out of the study. He looked up at the color of the sky. A dark cloud was approaching in the distance, and thunder could be heard faintly in the distance. He could not help but murmur, "It seems that a storm is coming." It's not easy to multitask. I didn't expect it to be so difficult to maintain control of two bodies at the same time with a god-level mind. It seems that the limit of my control is two bodies. It's almost difficult for me to make other avatars while maintaining the demon avatar. The avatar of a god was not an independent consciousness. Instead, Sorin's soul consciousness was divided into two parts and injected into the body. It felt like writing with two hands at the same time, one hand writing on the front and the other hand writing on the back. But in fact, it was much more difficult. It was estimated that only a god could do it. This was because other spellcasters, even if they were legendary wizards, could only control their thoughts after creating a projection clone. They would not be able to control their bodies at the same time. This simulacrum spell during the Arcane Empire could be used to multitask and control two bodies at the same time, one body and one avatar, but the duration was very short. Soren's current situation was that he was multitasking 24 hours a day. Only a god-level brain could do it. But this kind of calculation also had a flaw. That was, Soren could not leave Mordor City. If his body also ran out to fight, then the controllability of the demon avatar would be seriously affected. At present, his divinity could not achieve a perfect battle between two bodies. Therefore, when attacking the indigenous tribes, his demon avatar was resting in the Steel Fortress. When the demon avatar participated in the Abyss Blood War, his body had to do some simple things and then transfer his core energy to the demon avatar. This way was very taxing on the brain. Without the support of the divinity, he could not bear it at all. Where should I go? Soren rested for a while and returned to the study. Then he took out a thick black book and turned to the last page. Knowledge, reading, accumulation. During this rare and precious time, Soren had been crazily reading books. Gloria's collection of books, the Fallen Witches database, and some of the books that the Northern Witch Council had opened to him. Soren relied on his eidetic memory, talent, and the powerful memory granted by the Godhead. During this period of time, he had read thousands of extremely complicated and obscure secret technique books. The first floor, Abyss Plane, Soren's slender fingers stopped moving. He shook his head and muttered to himself, no, it was too dangerous. The core of the Blood War is now the 10,000 Abyss Planes. It is not suitable for me to join the Blood War before I become a legendary flame fiend. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The pages of the book kept flipping, and Soren's fingers stopped moving again. He mumbled, the third floor, the Forgotten Land. It was not appropriate. The fourth layer, the Great Abyss, is not suitable either. The sixth level, Myriad Eye Abyss, is too dangerous. This is the territory of the great matriarch of the Eye Demons. There are Eye Demons everywhere. If you are not a legendary, you will die. The seventh level, Land of Mirage, seems to be the territory of the Lizard Man Lord. I can't consider it. Soren picked up the quill and made a mark. He had always been a very rational and calm person. He would not act rashly if he was not sure. The demon incarnation was quite important. Once it died, all his efforts would be in vain, now that he had set up a starting point. The most important thing now was to fight steadily and steadily, further strengthen this trump card buried in the abyss, and finally wait for the arrival of his real body. The 8th level, Skinning Abyss. It is a bit dangerous, but I can't consider it. I seem to have seen the Lord here, the Skinning Abyss. The human skin magic armor seems to be the equipment that this guy likes to make. Record it. Soren picked up the quill and quickly recorded again. There were so many levels in the abyss, but there were not many that were suitable for him to go. Some places were too dangerous, and some places were too harsh. The places suitable for the demon incarnation must be carefully selected. The 9th level, Boiling Sea. No. The 10th level, Land of Corruption. Still no. The 13th level, Blood Sea. This is the territory of the Misfortune Goddess. Although she seems to be kind to me, it is better not to go to her territory. The Twin of Destiny was too dangerous. Even if the incarnation of the Misfortune Goddess appeared in Soren's apotheosis ceremony, he still did not dare to get too close to her. Being close to the Misfortune Goddess was equivalent to being far away from the Luck Goddess. These two twins of destiny had been fighting for thousands of years. Soren felt that it was better not to get involved. At least for now, he absolutely could not participate in the battle between the twins of destiny. Blood Sea excluded. Neither demons nor devils dared to enter this territory easily. The demon lords fought fiercely, and they all knew to avoid the Blood Sea's domain. The 14th level, Steam Swamp. Excluded. The 17th level, Land of Death. Excluded. The 21st level, Cremation. The Lord is a Baylor. Soren stopped. He quickly took out another book and began to search for information about the Demon Lord and the geographical environment of this level of the abyss. Just by looking at the name, he knew that this place was more suitable for the demon incarnation. Baylor Demon Lord. Soren's fingers gently tapped on the table and murmured, "The 21st level of the abyss is not too far and not too close." It seems that it is not difficult to go through the river Styx. I have listed it as one of the targets. The 23rd level, Steel Ice Field. Excluded. The 27th level. The 41st level. Soren flipped faster and faster, but in the end, he still returned to the 21st level of the abyss, cremation. This was the territory of the Baylor. The Demon Lord was a powerful Baylor. The environment was a volcanic terrain with a large number of fire demons, burning monsters, fire elementals, and Baylor. There were also some other demons, but because of the characteristics of the plane, they were mainly creatures that were immune to fire. This is it. Soren frowned and closed the book. The operation of the abyss must be supported by the material plane. Otherwise, it would be too difficult to rely on a demon incarnation to rise. He looked up at the sky outside. It was completely dark at this time. A storm was coming. The weather changes in the outer islands were relatively large. If it were not for his divine realm, the climate would be a little worse. The storm would probably last for a few more days. Now that all the ships near the coast had docked, the military parade that had been prepared for a long time would begin once the storm was over. The Eye of the North was confirmed to be there. Although the Princess Royal of the Frost Kingdom would not come in person, her avatar would appear on that day. Since the mysterious disappearance and return, something seemed to have happened to the Princess Royal. Her strength had become more and more unfathomable. There are still 5.5 months. Soren tapped on the table gently, turned and left the study, and murmured, "Let's go to the half-plane again. I really can't break the war chess game. I'm afraid I can only challenge the demigod Thaling directly. If I can break the space barrier of the half-plane, the chance of winning should be about 60%. Soren's chances of winning were not very high, but it was imperative to take down the war chess half-plane. If there was really no way to break through, he could only challenge Thaling 13. Mordor City had now been perfected in all aspects, but it still lacked a strategic deterrent weapon. This weapon was a wizard tower. Soren could not stay in Mordor City all the time. There would always be a time when he would go out and walk around. And if he could build a wizard tower, then whether Soren was in Mordor or not, he could deter many enemies and make most people not dare to act rashly. The wizard tower in the Shadow Plane was the original form of the floating city. According to the research of Gloria and Fallen Witch, this wizard tower could be transferred to the material plane. In this way, everything in Mordor City would be perfect. Chapter 542, Shadow Plane, War Chess Half Plane. When Soren returned here again, everything in front of him was still the same, but there was no trace of Thaling 13. When he was about to explore this half-plane, suddenly a magic light appeared in front of him, and then Thaling 13 appeared in the teleportation circle. As the manager of the half-plane, Thaling 13 could perceive all the changes in the half-plane. It still looked at Soren with a blank face and said with a metallic voice, "You're back. Do you want to continue the challenge? If you don't pass the challenge, you won't be able to get the permission to enter." Soren looked around. As the divine perception spread out, he found the traces of many alchemy creatures. A large number of golems were hidden nearby. During the Arcane Empire, they replaced most of the labor force and were also used as consumables on the battlefield. The number of golems arranged here would not be less than the number that appeared in the Battle of Golems. If he could take them all, Soren would not have to rely on the Witch Council everywhere. These golems could fully meet the needs of Mordor City. Rock golems, steel golems, and alchemy golems. There was alchemy technology here that was far beyond the material plane. Soren was more and more determined to get it. Challenge. Soren stood in front of Thaling 13 and said in a deep voice, "I'm ready." As alchemy creatures, Thaling creatures were more like super-intelligent robots. They had their own souls, but they acted according to the soul imprint left by the Creator, just like the law of robots. Thaling 13 in front of him was the manager and guardian of this place. Obviously, its creator had left some orders, even if he might fall. After all, even if an arcanist was facing death, he would still want to keep some of his works. The half-plane was the best work. Wizards created a world from nothing. Maybe it was not a large space, but it definitely took a lot of effort. The challenge begins. Thowling 13's eyes lit up, and then the teleportation circle opened. Soren's figure disappeared. It was still the beginning. When Soren opened his eyes again, he was already standing at the entrance of the village. In the distance, the sky was filled with flames, and he could vaguely hear the roars of demons. He didn't stop at all. Soren instantly slipped into the darkness and carefully hid. A group of dretches appeared. They did not notice Soren and just destroyed everything in front of them excitedly. Very good. Soren took a deep breath and murmured, "The first step is a success. Now we need to find a suitable weapon and see if there are any other survivors in the village." Without power, one could only rely on wisdom. This was probably the original intention of the creator, because it seemed that no matter who appeared, they were just ordinary people at the beginning. Weapons. This was what Soren needed the most right now. This time, he didn't go to the blacksmith shop. Instead, he carefully moved forward in the shadows, looking for a big house that was more eye-catching. There were usually militia guards in such a village. There were no weapons in the blacksmith shop, but it was possible to find some with the militia. Many places nearby were already on fire, and there were sounds of fighting on the other side of the village. Soren quickly found a good house. Boom! The raging fire burned down a house, and the sound of it collapsing was heard. Soren also took this opportunity to quickly rush into the house. There were a few wandering dretches nearby. They noticed the noise here, but they didn't care, because they only heard the sound of the house collapsing, and they were excited because of the destruction. There were no swords. Soren just glanced inside and found that there were no swords, but there were other weapons. A hunting bow that was in perfect condition. There were only 7 arrows. The number was not enough, but it should play a big role. The requirements for archery were quite high. A sharpened wooden shaft was not useful at all. A complete arrow should be composed of 3 parts: the arrowhead, the shaft, and the feather. If the quality of the arrows did not meet the requirements, the shooting accuracy would be reduced. The quality of the arrows in front of him was probably very difficult to recycle. 7 arrows. Soren took a deep breath, held the hunting bow in his hand, and equipped the quiver with arrows. Then, he carefully walked out of the cave. 3 dretches. One was lying on the ground gnawing on something, the other was jumping around in the fire, and the last one seemed to be looking for something. Through the light of the fire, they could see that it was holding a small silver-white object, which seemed to be silver jewelry. Demons also liked to collect trophies. Soren held his breath and quietly approached. The lethality of the hunting bow was not enough, and it was difficult to cause fatal damage to the demons. It was not easy to penetrate the demon's skin. He needed to get closer and increase the penetration of the hunting bow. It was best to shoot directly in the head, so he could kill one of the demons first. Swoosh! An arrow flew out from the darkness. Soren still had his archery skills, and the dretch that was eating something was shot in the head. The arrow was directly nailed into the head, and it died on the spot. Success! After killing a Timurid demon first, Soren immediately aimed at the second one with an arrow on his bow. The death of their companion alerted the other dretches, and they all rushed toward the place where Soren was hiding. But at this time, the second arrow was shot and hit the chest of the dretch that rushed in front. Swoosh! Soren did not hesitate and shot 5 arrows in a row. 2 arrows hit the enemy's head, and 3 dretches were killed in one breath. Phew! At this time, Soren relaxed a little, and he actually felt a sense of exhaustion. He had overexerted himself. This ordinary person's physical fitness was really low, and his physical fitness was not up to his combat requirements at all. Kitchen knife. He needed a kitchen knife. Soren quickly glanced around, then took out the kitchen knife from the blacksmith shop and quickly came to the body of the dretch. Dang, He raised the kitchen knife and cut the dretch's fingers. The hard bones were difficult to cut, but he still cut off the longest finger. Next to it was the body of a woman. It seemed that the dretch had just eaten her. The nature of demons was evil. Soren was not surprised by this, but he was a little shocked by everything here. He had a weapon, and it was an extraordinary weapon. As an ordinary person, Soren's brain was also working quickly. Tactics, skills, and command were all indispensable. It seemed that he had rarely encountered a battle that required such a comprehensive ability to test his own abilities. The claws of the dretch. Because of its demon bloodline, its claws were regarded as a +1 natural magic weapon. This was an extraordinary weapon that was difficult to find in the entire village. A dagger. Soren spent 5 minutes crafting the dagger into a simple dagger. This poor +1 dagger was enough for him to break through the defense of any demon nearby. As long as he could break through the defense, there was a possibility of success for him. After all, his experience and skills accumulated through countless battles were not just for show. No injuries, no hunger, and my stamina is enough. Soren took a little rest and then began to move forward. He thought to himself, I have a weapon now, and I can fight against a small group of demons. Now I have to explore the surroundings and find the key to break through the situation. This challenge seems to be a test of my comprehensive ability without strength. There should be a way to defeat the demons. Everything here is so real. I don't know if I can use it to train my subordinates in the future. Such a real battle may be able to train some elites. Flames jumped. Soren moved forward along the dark corners. Many corpses began to appear nearby. There were old people, women, and children. Adult men seemed to be rare. It could be judged that they were summoned in advance to defend, and the demons broke in from other places and slaughtered the old, weak, women, and children. If this was the case, then there should be militia fighting against the demons. 2 more dretches appeared. This time, Soren went up to the dretch directly. Facing the aggressive dretch, he rolled to the side and swung his dagger. Plop! The demon's claws cut open the enemy's throat, and the +1 rare weapon easily killed one. You want to run? Facing the dretch that was frightened by the sudden death of its companion, Soren quickly rushed up and killed it. Very good start. Except for not being able to level up in this challenge, Soren had gradually adapted to this kind of battle. Defeating the strong with the weak. It was a battle of momentum and explosive skills in a life and death battle. There were more and more corpses on the ground. Most of them were human, but there were also demons. Soren found a different corpse. His ears were a bit pointy, and he looked like a half-elf. Next to the corpse, there was a damaged hunting bow and an ordinary dagger. Soren put away the dagger and looked at the corpse. He found a quiver with 8 wolf fang arrows in it. This half-elf should be a hunter in the village because he was wearing animal skin. A +1 rare dagger, an ordinary dagger, a hunting bow, and 10 arrows. These were all Soren's equipment. In front of him, there were other demons. This time, there were not only dretches, but there were also middle-grade demons. He was challenging middle-grade demons above level 5. It was almost impossible for him to win with his current ability. There were more and more sounds of resistance in the distance. It seemed that the casualties of the villagers were very serious. How do I break out of this? Soren frowned. He glanced around, and suddenly there was a glimmer of light in his eyes. He quickly sneaked to the side. He found a military crossbow. The corpse next to it seemed to be a guard. It seemed to be a member of the village guard. In this case, if there was a military crossbow, then it would be very useful. Chapter 543. Military Crossbow. It was the best equipment for novice adventurers. It could penetrate plate armor at close range, and it was also the first core equipment that Soren obtained in Amber City. Crossbows were an important weapon for challenging opponents of a higher level, because they could only rely on these weapons to kill the enemy when their strength was not enough. The military crossbow in front of him was made of steel. If it hit the demon's body, it might not cause too much damage. But if it hit the brain directly, Soren was confident that he could kill the berserk demon in one shot. As long as he shot through the skull, he could kill all the enemies except for a few. This military crossbow was the key to breaking the deadlock. There was no way to advance into a profession, and he could only fight with the physical fitness of an ordinary person. Therefore, he must seize all the opportunities available to him. This war game was simply a challenge to the limit. Now Soren only hoped that after he completed the challenge, he would be able to get the loot that was worth his effort. Stealth. In order to cover the sound of his footsteps, and because he did not have the ability to hide in the shadows, Soren simply took off his shoes. The halfling stealth was enhanced because many of them did not wear shoes. Their soles were very thick, and there was almost no sound when they walked. Now Soren took off his shoes and went into stealth to reduce the chances of being discovered by the enemy as much as possible. In the current situation, even if there was only a 1% chance, it could affect the final outcome. Night was the best cover to avoid the fire. Soren quietly approached the battlefield. In front of him was a group of low-level demons, led by a burly berserk demon. This kind of demon that he could easily kill was now the most terrifying creature in the whole village. Many human militiamen had fallen around its body. As a middle-level demon with a challenge rating of more than 5, it had the power to easily destroy a village in the material plane. There were few survivors. Soren saw that there were less than 10 people who could fight. Among them, a middle-aged man looked like the captain of the militia. When he fought, there were traces of military swordsmanship. He should be a retired soldier. In the crowd, there was a priest in a white robe. Soren was not sure which god he believed in, but looking at his casting movements, he was only a low-level priest. His divine spell slots were quite limited, and his innate perception was probably not high. The number of divine spells that a priest could cast still depended on their own perception. If their basic talent was too poor, it would be difficult for them to advance to a higher realm. The only thing that surprised Soren was he even saw a wizard who could use level 3 spells. He should be the most powerful human at the moment. Unfortunately, he was facing a demon. Judging from the nearby demon corpses, this wizard did not have many spell slots left. There were priests, warriors, and wizards. Soren seemed to have thought of something, but there was no time to search for it. There were still houses in the village that had not collapsed. Judging from the attire of these people, they should have settled down here. Therefore, there was not only one way to break out of this situation. There might be useful items in other parts of the village. However, the battle was nearing its end. If Soren were to leave now, they would be done for. He could only grit his teeth and fight. If the demon killed all these people and freed up his hands, it was almost impossible for an ordinary person like him to survive. Soren lurked in the darkness and approached from the side barefoot. There was another corpse of a berserk demon on the ground. There were very obvious traces of corrosion on the corpse. There was an obvious arrow wound in the chest, as if it was first penetrated by an arrow-like attack, and then the wound was corroded. Melf's acid arrow. Soren's pupils shrank slightly, and he thought to himself, it's a popular spell during the Arcane Empire. It's a very powerful level 2 spell. It's the same creator as Melf's Minute Meteor. A level 2 penetrative spell was sometimes more powerful than a level 3 or 4 spell. Sure enough, facing the intermediate demon in front of him, the wizard who did not have many spell slots quickly retreated. After pulling away, he cast another spell. Soon, a strong acid arrow was condensed in his palm. Puff! The berserk demon's chest was penetrated by the spell. The acid spread all over its body and corroded its body, making it let out a terrible scream. Boom! A huge wooden beam was thrown out, and the white-robed priest next to it could not dodge in time. He was smashed out, and there was a crisp sound of bones breaking. The Dretches seized the opportunity and swarmed forward. In the blink of an eye, the white-robed priest was already badly mutilated. They can't hold on any longer. Soren seemed to want to rush out of the darkness, but suddenly he seemed to feel something and hid back in the shadows again. A strange laughter sounded, and a wizard in a black robe appeared in the night. He slowly walked out of the village. It seemed that his body was blessed with a protection spell. The nearby demons did not take the initiative to attack him. He came in front of the survivors and said in a deep voice, "Karnath, hand over the arcane card. Maybe I can also spare your life." The middle-aged wizard looked at the dead priest next to him, and a trace of sadness appeared on his face. He slowly said, "Don't even think about it. The arcane card will never be given to a guy like you." The black-robed wizard looked at them with a strange smile and slowly said, "Okay then. When you all die, I'll find it myself." His figure disappeared on the spot. It seemed that he was blessed with an invisibility spell. This was an intermediate wizard with a high casting level. Arcane card. Soren's figure was crawling on the ground, but his ears were pricked up to listen carefully. The appearance of the black-robed wizard had once again increased the difficulty of his plan because he, as an ordinary person, might not even be able to block an arcane missile. Where was the card? If he could get the arcane card and use it, he might be able to turn the situation around. But where would the arcane card be placed? The demons launched another attack. Although the figure of the black-robed wizard had disappeared, Soren could still judge from the water on the ground that he was moving. He was moving around the side, and his target was another wizard, a mid-grade magus. A bold idea popped up in Soren's mind, and he said to himself, his melee ability is not much stronger than an ordinary person's. If his defensive magic field is broken, a single bolt may kill him. After killing the wizard and relying on the survivors, the probability of defeating the demons was more than 50%. It was worth a try. Soren quickly made a decision in his mind, but he needed to wait for a better opportunity. As long as someone could break the black-robed wizard's energy shield, then his opportunity would come. After all, wizards were more powerful in the later stages. Aganya Fire Breath. A pillar of fire suddenly appeared and directly ignited the middle-aged wizard. The black-robed wizard's figure appeared, and he laughed excitedly. It was another improved spell from the Arcane Empire. The black-robed wizard who found the opportunity to launch a sneak attack hit his opponent and directly burned the enemy beyond recognition. Although the enemy did not die on the spot, he was almost half dead. It was not the time yet. Although the survivor's situation was critical, Soren still calmed down and waited for the right opportunity to make a move. At this moment, he was an assassin. There was only one chance to make a move. If he failed, he was doomed to die. Flame Arrow. In the face of the black-robed wizard's sneak attack, the middle-aged wizard's counterattack finally broke out. A three-circle flame arrow flew out. The militia captain dodged the demon in front of him and rushed directly toward the black-robed wizard. As a retired veteran, he knew very well that spellcasters were the biggest threat. If the black-robed wizard made a move, everyone would die here. Now's the time. The opportunity that Soren had been waiting for finally appeared. He rushed out of the darkness in an instant, and no one noticed that there was another person nearby. Even if they inadvertently noticed it, an ordinary demon might not care. 150 meters, 120 meters, 80 meters. When a militia captain rushed toward the black-robed wizard, Soren also quickly raised the military crossbow. It was about 80 meters away. It was not difficult to hit the target at this distance, but it required a lot of skill and a certain amount of luck. The head. It must directly hit the enemy's head. Soren took a deep breath, raised the military crossbow, and quickly pulled the trigger. Accompanied by a cold light, just as the militia captain swung his sword and broke the black-robed wizard's energy shield, the black-robed wizard retreated and wanted to dodge, but the crossbow arrow penetrated the wizard's temple. Astonishment. The entire battlefield was filled with astonishment and disbelief. Everyone's eyes turned to Soren, who suddenly appeared. Even the chaotic demons never thought that the black-robed wizard who summoned them would die in the hands of a civilian. Even if he relied on the military crossbow in his hand to kill the black-robed wizard. "I've finally killed it." At this moment, Soren was very excited. As a civilian, He killed a wizard. This was something that he would never dare to think about in the past. But here, he managed to do it. Everything was done at the peak, and the timing was almost accurate to the millisecond. If there was a slight mistake, he would definitely die. But in the end, he succeeded. There was no time to think too much. Soren quickly reloaded the military crossbow and then aimed at the berserk demon not far away. As long as he killed this enemy, the crisis would be over. This kind of result would be difficult to replicate, so he had to pass the war chest challenge in one go. Destroy them. The militia captain obviously realized this opportunity. As a veteran, he quickly rushed toward the enemy, preparing to attract some of their attention and buy time for Soren to shoot. A top-notch crossbowman. Although he looked like a commoner, his skills were either gifted or heaven-defying luck. He hoped that it was the latter, because only those favored by the goddess of luck could help them survive this crisis. Chapter 544. Blood, Fire, and Death. As the last demon fell, many of the survivors in the village knelt on the ground, exhausted. Soren heard a stifled cry. A young man knelt in front of a broken body and cried in a low voice. This was his relative, and he should be his brother. The two were vaguely similar. Just now, in order to stop a demon's attack, his brother used his body to block a fatal blow for him. In the end, he was besieged by a group of dretches and was dismembered. The militia captain rushed to the burning house like crazy. After a long time, he came out with a cold girl's body. It was a girl with a delicate face. She had a cute round face with some small freckles. Her chest was stained with blood, and her left arm was bitten. Blood dripped down her cold arm. The militia captain's face was full of endless grief. He walked forward like a fool. A spark ignited his clothes, but he didn't seem to notice it at all. His eyes were full of pain and sadness. Someone immediately rushed to help him put out the fire. The middle-aged man stood still with his daughter's body in his arms. After a long time, only then did he let out an indescribable, beast-like growl. And no, sorrowful cries could be heard. The middle-aged man knelt beside the girl's body and made a stifled, beast-like sound. His hands hammered the ground, and blood flowed out. The bones of his pale fingers could be seen. It was as if this could slightly alleviate the pain in his heart. A wizard whose face was burned beyond recognition stood in the same place. He silently watched all of this. His hands tore half of his hair that was burned and said in a hoarse voice, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's all my fault." Everything in front of him was so real. Soren heard a burst of painful cries. The quiet village in the fire gradually turned into ruins, and the survivors found the bodies one by one. Clang! The middle-aged man slowly stood up. He pulled out his sword and cut open his palm. Blood flowed down the blade. He held the sword with both hands and knelt down on one knee in front of the girl's cold corpse. He faced the sky and swore an oath of vengeance in a low voice. It was a language that Soren could not understand. It seemed to be the language of the Yadin people, one of the languages used by humans during the Arcane Empire. He wanted to take revenge on the demons. Although he couldn't understand this language, Soren knew what he was saying. He swore that he would slay demons for the rest of his life and never marry again. Until the moment of his death, he prayed to the war god, praying for the god's response. The scorched magus approached Soren and slowly handed a dark golden card to Soren. "Perhaps this thing should belong to you." The middle-aged sorcerer's expression was gloomy. He looked at the village that had turned into ruins in the fire, and his face was filled with endless self-blame. Everything in front of him was so real. Although he had completed the challenge, Soren did not seem to have much joy in his heart. He silently watched everything in front of him, and all this seemed to remind him of the memory of the outbreak of the Avatar crisis. Demons descended upon the human world. The demons of the bottomless abyss finally stopped the bloody war temporarily and brought slaughter and destruction to other worlds. Countless villages like this were destroyed, and cities with hundreds of thousands of people were slaughtered. Corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed like rivers. At this moment, he suddenly felt that maybe the bloody war should not end, and the demons and demons should continue to fight like this forever. A dark golden card. Soren felt the heavy texture of the card and silently watched the village in front of him. Just one or two middle-ranked Hezru, these cannon fodder that might not survive for more than a few minutes in the bloody war of the Abyss, had destroyed a peaceful village just like that. At this moment, Soren could not even imagine what a terrible disaster would happen if the bloody war was stopped and the huge demon army began to attack other worlds. Everything in front of him gradually dissipated, as if everything was an illusion, a dream. A deep whisper sounded in Soren's ears. A disaster destroyed the home you lived in for a long time. The evil sorcerer summoned the demons from the bottomless abyss. The demons killed your family, your friends, and everything you were familiar with. With hatred and pain, you left your home and embarked on the path to an unknown place. This night has changed your fate. You became a wandering adventurer and bid farewell to the peaceful life of the past. You wander the world, and you were no longer afraid of pain and death. However, you did not know where your future was, whether you would die in some unknown corner and leave behind a pile of bones that were eaten by wild beasts. But today you also understood that only great power could protect everything that you valued. Challenge completed. War chest simulation completed. Mission statistics in progress. Your alignment has changed to lawful neutral. Profession template unlocked. War chest item. Arcane card obtained. Mission evaluation. A+. Part of the access to the first floor of the war chest plane has been obtained. The current access areas are the Golem Factory, the portal on the first floor of the Wizard Tower, the first floor of the library, the Arcane Prayer Platform, and so on. Along with a weak magic aura, Soren slowly opened his eyes. Fouling 13 was still standing in the same place, without any expression. He looked at Soren and slowly said, "Congratulations on completing the first level of the War Chest Challenge. Your current authority level is F class. The portal to the first floor of the Wizard Tower is on the left, but I suggest you not to go there. Because the commander of the Wizard Tower is Fouling 1. Without access to the core of the Wizard Tower, Fouling 1 to Fouling 7 will treat you as an enemy. The portal to the right is the Golem Factory. This is the Golem Factory on the first floor of the War Chest plane. It can make earth golems and rock golems. In the library on the side, there are books left behind by the owner, as well as some golem crafting books. The Arcane Prayer Platform is on the inside. Using the power of the War Chest plane, you can use a part of your soul to cast a legendary level prayer spell. You can only use it once. If you need to activate it, you can summon me. Congratulations on completing the challenge. I will wait for your arrival on the second floor of the War Chest plane. A flash of magic light. Fouling 13 waved his hand, and a map appeared in front of Soren. The space on the first floor of the War Chest plane was very wide, but there were not many buildings. Some places seemed to be off-limits to him. Since he had the right to move, Soren naturally had fewer restrictions. God's power activate. In an instant, Soren's perception was clear of everything around him. There was a huge golem factory. There were many alchemy machines that he could not understand. There were more than 10 earth golems and rock golems that were not activated. There was a layer of magic restriction in the library. But it was not a problem for Soren. His figure disappeared in an instant and then appeared in the library. Introduction to Golem Crafting, Advanced Golem Crafting, Steel Golem Crafting, Diamond Golem Crafting, Core of Supreme Golem, Basic Introduction to Alchemy Rune. In front of Soren's eyes were thousands of books. Almost every book had a secret imprint. He casually flipped through it and could see other people's editions. It seemed that this place was also open for Arcanist apprentices. There are also some names left on it. The library was mainly filled with books on Alchemy Rune, and then there were some common and uncommon magic books. These included Melf's Acid Arrow, Melf's Minute Meteor, Improved Fire Breath, Malicious Transfiguration, and so on. But the most eye-catching books were the ones placed at the top. Advanced Battle Mage, Fighting techniques of Bigby's protective palm. Advanced battle mage. Combat application of Bigby's flying palm. Advanced battle mage. Casting techniques of Isaac's missile storm. Advanced alchemy rune. Magic construct. Soul infusion. Advanced battle mage. The art of binding shadow tentacles. Chapter 545. The portal was close to the side. Soren hesitated for a moment and decided not to enter. Looking at the difficulty of the battle chess plane, the wizard tower might be even more dangerous. This place could operate for thousands of years and still maintain the energy conversion. It was definitely close to the level of the floating city. Maybe it didn't rise to the sky for some reason, so it avoided the catastrophe of the arcane empire. Although Soren was in the form of a saint, there were still many ways to kill him. A super mana pulse cannon might be able to kill him. There is no need to take such a risk for quick success. The most eye-catching place on the first floor of the battle chess plane was the arcane wishing platform. This was a mysterious alchemy process that he couldn't understand. Its function was to draw the power of the half-plane to cast the wishing spell. Wishing spell. Legendary level spells could also be understood as wishing spell, paying a certain price to fulfill one's own wish. This wish included resurrecting someone who could be resurrected, obtaining a large amount of wealth, restoring one's own ability, canceling a certain disaster, or even increasing one's own strength. In theory, wishing spell could make any wish, but it was hard to say whether it would succeed or not. Soren didn't use wishing spell much, so when he came to the wishing platform in front of him, engraved with countless runes and surrounded by a strange energy halo, he didn't know what to wish for. Resurrecting someone? Soren didn't seem to have anyone he wanted to resurrect at the moment. In exchange for a large amount of wealth, he was the master of Motor City, sitting on the richest sea route in the material plane. He had enough wealth, so there's no need to waste a precious opportunity. Finally, after thinking about it for a while, Soren could only think of two uses. One was to use Wishing Spell to remove the curse on the High Priest. Because the lowest level summoned by Wishing Spell was a demigod, it was possible to remove the curse left by the Queen of Spiders. But the probability was estimated to be only 50-50 because the Queen of Spiders was a great god. The second use was to rely on Wishing Spell to increase the basic attributes. This was the most desired way to increase the attributes of the adventurers. Wishing Spell could strengthen the internal attributes, but it could only reach a maximum of 25 points, and it required a large amount of soul energy, which may cause one's own level to drop. Moreover, relying on Wishing Spell to increase one's attributes would cost more. At most, someone relied on Wishing Spell to increase their basic attributes by 5 points. The price he paid was not small either. Moreover, the wish spell needed to be negotiated with the Jinn elemental. They would distort the meaning in various ways, or only achieve the literal meaning. If the person was not smart enough, they might directly be confused by the contract. In the end, he paid a huge price, but he did not get the result he wanted. Only spellcasters who were smart enough and knew how to make contracts could sign the contracts they needed with the elemental genie. Soren did not think for too long. He quickly made up his mind. If he could only use it once, then the best way to use it would be to increase his intelligence. Soren's current intelligence stat was 24 points. If he used the wish skill, he would be able to increase his intelligence to 25 points. This was the most effective enhancement for him. It was equivalent to a bonus of 2 profession levels. Are you ready? Thowling 13 appeared next to the wishing altar. It looked at Soren with calm eyes and said slowly, "The legendary wishing spell has an extra cost. Even if you can draw the power of the half-plane to complete the wishing spell, you still need to complete the negotiation with the Jinn elemental. What you can get depends on you. If you are ready, then I will activate the power of the wishing altar." Soren nodded slightly and said, "Let's begin." A light of magic appeared. As Thowling 13 activated the power of the wishing altar, The arcane crystals around suddenly shone with a strange light. Then a low sound of chanting sounded. The legendary spell began to draw the power of the half-plane. The surrounding space gradually distorted. As the power of the spell converged, a formidable divine power shrouded the semi-plane. Elemental deity? Soren instantly felt a very powerful divine power gathering. Then in a gust of wind, a hazy shadow appeared. She looked like a woman, but her body was only made of wind elements. She looked at Soren with calm eyes, then waved her hand and took out a quill and a contract. She said in a calm voice, "Are you summoning me? A new deity? The half-elven deity, Soren? What are your wishes and prayers?" The wind elemental deity. Soren had forgotten a very important point. That was, he was also a god. If he launched the wish spell, it was possible to directly summon the 4 elemental gods. There were many powerful beings in the elemental plane, from the Jinn elemental to the Jinn elemental, and then the oracles of the elemental deities, and so on. If one's strength was enough, it was possible to directly ask the elemental deities to appear. I should have asked the high priest to come. This was the first thing that came to Soren's mind. But seeing that Soren did not respond to her, the wind elemental deity, who had great divine power, seemed to feel a little impatient. She looked a little unhappy and said, "Hurry up and say your wish, or I will leave immediately." The wind elemental deity, Arcady greater divine power. She rarely responded to the wishing spell in the multiverse. If she did not feel the divine power in Soren, she would never appear here. There was no time. The wishing spell had no binding force on such a powerful being. As long as she was unhappy, she could leave at any time. So after Soren thought about it, he immediately said, "I hope to improve some of my abilities." The wind elemental deity looked at Soren and then slowly said, "Is that so? What abilities do you need to improve? This is a contract. Write down your wish." Soren carefully took the contract. There was some incredible power in it. A contract was a transaction. Soren carefully imprinted his request on it with divine power. After reading it 3 times to make sure that there were no loopholes, he handed it to the wind elemental deity in front of him. Increasing intelligence? The wind elemental deity's mouth curved up slightly. She seemed to let out a light laugh, like a spring breeze. Then she picked up a quill and quickly wrote down the content of the transaction. Then she handed it to Soren and said playfully, "You need to pay a part of your soul power. If there is no problem, leave your soul mark on it." Soren took it again and looked at it carefully. He looked at it 5 times in a row until he was sure that there was no problem. Then he left his soul mark. Very good. The wind elemental deity gently waved her hand, and the mysterious contract dissipated with the wind. Then a divine power fell on Soren's body. At the same time, his accumulated slaughter EXP began to be consumed rapidly. A row of data appeared in front of him. You used the legendary spell, wishing spell. According to the content of the contract, you will pay a part of your soul power. Your soul power will be converted into slaughter EXP. You use 20000 slaughter EXP. Permanently increase your intelligence by 1 point. Contract completed. Wishing spell effect activated. Ritual completed. Permanently increase your intelligence by 1 point. Your intelligence has reached 25 points. You have obtained the legendary ability Epic Intelligence. Epic Intelligence, legendary ability. You have an extraordinary ability to understand spells. No spell model can be difficult for you. Your memory and analysis abilities have been further improved. When casting a spell, you can fully understand and analyze the structure of the spell. This allows you to perfect and modify certain spells. In any test of spell penetration, you will permanently increase your intelligence by 1 point. The ritual ended. Soren didn't feel much change, but his intelligence attribute had indeed reached 25 points. This was the maximum attribute that could be increased by the wishing spell. The contract is complete. The wind elemental deity, Arcady, who had great divine power, glanced at Soren. Then she chuckled and disappeared with the wind. The great divine power that shrouded the half-plane also dissipated. The elemental deity rarely cared about other things. Everything that happened today was just a small interlude. She only appeared here because she rarely encountered gods who would use the wishing spell. Chapter 546. Some of the things in the war chest plane could be taken away. After Soren completed the prayer, the first place he went to was the golem factory. It looked like a factory in the interstellar era. There were mysterious crystal pipes on the walls, which were connected to the elemental pool of the war chest demiplane. Most of the energy in the demiplane was drawn from the elemental plane. The Arcane Empire had a special energy supply technique, just like how humans used electricity in his previous life. The energy supply of the Arcane Empire maintained the normal operation of a huge floating city. In front of Soren, there were many puppet parts, most of which were parts of the clay golems and stone golems. The parts, including the head, arms, limbs, torso, and so on, were all piled up in the golem factory. There were also completed golem puppets next to them, but most of them had lost their functions. Soren had just finished looking at the basic process of making golems. With the understanding of gods, he clearly understood the process. So he began to assemble these simpler parts, and finally completed a clay golem with the help of the golem factory. The most difficult part of making a golem was not the alchemy rune, but the infusion of soul energy. Any golem was an alchemy life with simple intelligence. They could complete some relatively simple tasks according to their own intelligence level, including guarding, cleaning, fighting, and so on. Soren was one step away. That was to inject soul energy into the golem. This required a soul shard, an important currency from the lower planes. Souls were a special kind of wealth. The god of death kept the souls in the multiverse from being overly plundered. They decided where the souls went, and even the gods did not dare to challenge their responsibility. However, there were too many souls in the multiverse, and there were still countless ways for people to obtain souls. Spirit trapping was a spell created by wizards specifically to obtain the power of the soul. It could trap a soul in a crystal and extract it when needed. Devils loved soul shards very much. This was the most valuable and popular currency in the Bator Inferno. Soul shards had a considerable purchasing power in the Bator Inferno since childhood. A devil was willing to pay a huge price in exchange for a legendary soul shard. Soren already had a small piece. These were the lowest level of gray soul crystals that came from the ghost that I had killed before. Undead had an extremely small chance of dropping impure soul crystals. These soul crystals were incomplete soul power, but they could be used in many ways. A clay golem of the lowest level. It also required the consumption of a complete soul shard. Because the spells used to imprison souls were all mid-grade and high-grade spells, there were very few soul shards circulating in the material plane. For Soren, this crystal was a great item that could directly absorb slaughter EXP. Therefore, in the past, many adventurers called it an experience gem. Unfortunately, a soul shard that could provide thousands of slaughter EXP was worth hundreds or thousands of Kindler coins. Only the richest people could afford it. There were still soul crystals left in the golem factory. Unfortunately, the number was quite small. There were only 7 small soul shards that came from the souls of certain creatures. Even small soul shards required the souls of professionals. Even if the souls of ordinary people were extracted, they could only obtain gray crystals. Within the entire multiverse, the best place to purchase soul shards was the Bator Inferno. On the first floor of the Bator Inferno, there was a place dedicated to soul trading. Many merchants and powerful wizards from all over the universe would trade soul shards there. A low-grade soul shard could only activate 1 clay golem. After it was completed, it would have a certain level of intelligence. In the future, It would rely on elemental charges to maintain its energy consumption. The soul shard was like the smart chip of the brain, and ordinary charges were only used to maintain the operation of the body. A complicated magic circle appeared. Soren slowly extracted the energy of the soul shard and then injected it into the clay golem. Finally, a slight noise was heard. The clay golem slowly opened its eyes and said, "Master, what can I do for you?" Soren walked around the clay golem that was about 2 meters tall in front of him. This kind of golem was not afraid of piercing damage because it was originally made of mud and could be repaired. It was not very useful in battle, but it was the most commonly used assistant of the wizards. The clay golem could be upgraded, but it required a higher level of alchemy. It could also be further upgraded, but it may need the blessing of an animated construct. "Clean this place." Soren glanced around and said, "Clean the entire golem factory." The clay golem's expression did not change at all. It just replied, "Yes, master." Soon, it began to pick up tools to clean the entire golem factory. The value of souls was to give them intelligence. Spellcasters could inject some other intelligent programs, but it would consume a lot of energy. It seems to work well. Soren glanced at the clay golem that was busy cleaning and began to assemble other golems. The number of golems in Mordor City was not enough at present. Whether it was in Gloria's laboratory or other places that required a lot of labor, golems could replace other people very well. They would not get tired. As long as there was energy, they could work all the time. The clay golem seemed to be the lowest level golem, but their challenge level was not low either. They were basically level 5 or above. And their strength could reach more than 20 points. Their weight was more than 600 pounds, and they needed the blessing of animated construct, animated construct, animated construct, and so on. A good clay golem may need to consume materials as high as 10,000 kindler. Soren could easily assemble it because there were complete materials here. The challenge level of a complete clay golem was 10, and it would cost about 21,500 kindler, and it must consume soul energy equivalent to 1,500 to 3,000. Slaughter Express Soren was not used to extracting his own soul energy, so it was better to use soul crystals. The golem constructs here were very advanced. The clay golem made by ordinary wizards could not speak, but the one in front of him could speak, which meant that the parts left in the golem factory were good goods. The second golem was a stone golem. This was the main part of the puppet golem, and it was also one of the most useful labor. A complete stone golem was about 3 meters tall, weighed more than 2,000 pounds, and had a challenge level of 11+. It had good resistance to physical and magic, and its strength could be modified to more than 30 points. Although the stone golem was a bit clumsy, it was not weak in battle. The stone golem in front of Soren was all magically modified granite. It not only needed a lot of spells to make it, but it also needed to be blessed with an anti-magic field, which could make it resistant to many low-level spells. A top-level stone golem cost about 50,000 kindler to make, and it had to pay 3,000 to 6,000 Slaughter Express equivalent of soul energy. For now, those who owned stone golems were all intermediate and high-grade wizards. They served as bodyguards and important labor. Stone golems could easily lift more than a ton of heavy objects. Many high-grade wizards liked to use them to build wizard towers. The core large labor force that Mordor needed now was stone golems. After all, it was very troublesome to rely on human bodies to carry many things. Above that was the iron golem, which was a high-level product. With Gloria's status in the Witch Council, there were only a dozen iron golems, and this was still the property of the Witch Council. A top-level iron golem had the ability to single-handedly fight against mechanical armor, and it might even be more powerful than this. Note, the stone golem parts needed carving and stone masonry, so it took a lot of time to make a stone golem. It could only be mass-produced during the Arcane Empire. The greatest value of the golem factory in front of Soren was that it could automatically produce 2 kinds of stone golem parts. As long as Soren prepared the materials according to the requirements, the golem factory could automatically operate and produce two kinds of low-level stone golems in batches, eventually providing him with a batch of combat power. According to his preliminary calculations, relying on this golem factory, he could reduce the cost of manufacturing to half of the original. The iron golem already belonged to the intermediate and high-level puppet golem, making the iron golem not only require the activation of the construct life, but also the use of limited wishes. At present, it was estimated that it was not possible. Maybe there was a manufacturing process in the half-plane and other places in the Wizard Tower. After all, what Soren encountered in the Shadow Plane Wizard Tower was even more terrible diamond golems. There must be a process to make diamond golems here, but Soren did not know where it was. This was also the reason why he avoided direct confrontations as much as possible. He was worried that if he destroyed something here, he would not have the ability to repair it. Keep them as much as possible, and then master the knowledge of these high-level alchemy processes. Everything here was more advanced than the Witch Council. In the future, he might be able to rely on them to get rid of his dependence on the Witch Council. Soren still preferred to rely on himself for everything. He made 7 stone golems in one go. Soren finally used up all the materials in the golem factory. These puppet golems should not be underestimated. In addition to their huge labor value, they could almost single-handedly fight a small army. Everything here was an important secret. In particular, the golem factory could not be known by the Witch Council and the Wizard Alliance. So the next thing to do was to let Gloria and Fallen, which come over, and let them personally decipher the mysteries of alchemy. The books in the library could also be taken away. Soren was going to take them out first. However, when he saw the last book, Advanced Combat Mage, the art of binding shadow tentacles. At this time, Soren thought about it and put away. It was better not to let them see this book. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.